Hey, everybody. So nice to see you all on this lovely Sunday. Time-appropriate greetings to everybody. How's it going, Zizzification? Matt Warbuckle. Fairly. Funny that you ended up playing it this week, by the way, Matt. This game came out, I think, in the Stanley Parable, to be clear. Came out in 2013, I think. Looking it up before stream here. Did a little bit of a quick test to make sure it worked. Hey, Hit People Guy, great to see you, as ever. Austin Fuego, hello. Inappropriately timed greeting, Jamich. Hey, Flick. Heyo, Fwef. Fwef's on. How would you prefer that I call you, by the way? Sounds so sleepy? Cozy! Having a good time here in the morning. Still letting the coffee flow through me. Hey, Anyo. Another person who recently played this 7-year-old game. Seems like it's still got a bit of a popularity to it. And yes, Gmish, this game, The Stanley Parable, which we're about to be playing, we're not on the main menu right now, because the main menu background noise is like the sounds of a busy office. So it's entirely distracting for a pre-stream chat. But we'll get that up on stream in a minute. I guess I can at least have it on quietly for a second here. There we go. Hey, Chronometrics. Seebly TV. You are indeed just in time, Tom. Yes, this game has an achievement for... I think you have to buy the game and then not play it for 5 years, and then play it, or just maybe not play it for 5 years to get one of the achievements. You can, of course, cheat your way into having it by adjusting your system time, I think. But it did give it a kind of a burst of popularity 5 years later. Yeah, Kurogzar. And everybody else who's lurking. I gotta say, I'm genuinely shocked by the amount of people who are here right now. Right at the very start of our community game for the month. I guess I was pleasantly surprised by the turnout for Papers, Please, too. It seems there's a few games out there that are classics and get quite a bit of attention. Hey, yo, Rufio. So I made sure that our video settings were working here before stream, and I didn't touch anything beyond that. I have not clicked begin the game, because I'm not sure what actually changes things or is affected. For full disclosure, I have seen some of this game like 7 years ago when it first came out, but my memories have definitely been muddled. So I really don't remember a whole lot. I know there's a narrator, and I can choose whether to... I can choose how I interact with the narration. But the specifics are mostly outside of me. And yes, Daylight, if I'm an hour late for you, by the way, or an hour early, it's probably because I think Daylight Savings Time happened in Europe, but it has not happened in the US for another week or so. When does my Daylight Savings Time happens? Basically impossible. Yeah, November 1, 2020 is when it's going to end for me in my part of the world. On Sunday, November the 1st, all of our clocks are going to go back an hour. So relative to everybody, I'm going to start streaming an hour later? Hour earlier? God, how does this work? Time is complicated and requires you to do math, and I'm basically incapable. But know that my stream time will shift 1 week from now, because that's when the US does it. Austin Fuego doesn't change their clocks in Arizona. Cool for you, but relative to you, I will still change time, unfortunately, because I will shift time zones. It's weird. There's basically no right answer, right? I have either the option to shift my stream time or not shift my stream time. And in either case, I will be disconnected from other people who are making a different choice than me. I think the whole DST and time zone system doesn't quite make so much sense in an international world like we have these days. But there's no time to address this problem. Alright, I'm not sure where my camera should be. I'm guessing probably around here is the optimal place to be. We certainly need a face cam going for Stanley Parable here. Let's see, anything else that I want to say before we get started? I'll probably play a few hours of this. I don't actually know how much there is to explore in this one. I do know that you can reach the end quickly, but that's not really what this is about, so to speak. Anyway, in the second half of stream, we'll probably switch it over to some more Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Eager to both dive more into that more and wrap it up. So I'd like to dedicate some time to that today. And for those of you who are of the Spire inclinement, which is most of you, there will be some new ladder action starting tomorrow. Hey, get that achievement, Neck. It's been enough time. You've earned it. Time zones allow somebody from yesterday to speak to someone from tomorrow. That's poetic in a way, isn't it? Keep the new ladder format a little bit of a I don't want to spoil too much, but it's gonna be pretty fun. 5 years of hard work, that's right. That's right. Okay, let's kick it on over to Stanley Parable here and see what kind of day Stanley is having. New letter will start at the start of stream tomorrow, Squeak. Alright, so I really want to turn that down just a little bit more. Not too much. Alright, so let's just get going here. The end is never. The end is never. The end is loading. Never.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
Wait a minute.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
You know, that opening segment actually kind of reminds me. Isn't that what I do, ultimately? I'm pushing buttons on a keyboard, being monitored through people in a camera, who are usually telling me what buttons to push. Why, Stanley? Is this my existence? And is this a little bit too loud? I think it is. Tweak that a bit more on the downward level. Because I know the narrator's voice was way louder than me. The goal is for it to be about the same. But I think we're alright now. Stepped out of his office. Everybody's gone.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
To the meeting room. I'm a senior employee and I often know that Claw is Flaw. Guys? Does Stanley remember where the meeting room is? That's the important question.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yep, on my left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It is a really nice lounge. Oh.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Got chairs, there's like... and art.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Look, I get paid by the hour, okay? I'm here for the cold drinks. Only $1.25?
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
It's possible. Maybe there's like a freebie? No? Unfortunate.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
That maybe, perhaps maybe, he should move on.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room, and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
the subtle sass.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He definitely did that.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Have to solve a dispute with a coworker. Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. Everyone was unique, especially you. To do. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market parameters. Monetize free-to-play. What do people want? Things, money, more money, things but with money to buy more things, graphs? Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. Ah, so they were after profits. My quarterly post-review review. Employee 402 and 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers, more water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to a teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in the teenage demographic. Use a big net? Question mark. Some sort of child trap. These guys had really good ideas. I can see why this business is so successful. This it? I've heard of this. I remember
Stanley
this.
stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
This is definitely like the one part of the game I definitely remember. He's hanging out in here.
There was nothing here.
Jagged
no
shadows,
choice
though.
to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Not empty.
No reason to still be here.
There's like... It's got a radioactive symbol on it. Look at that.
It was
There's something wrong with that twine.
Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way.
Right,
As
right.
it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
I'm having a narrative experience. Thank you. It's...
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why?
For the
Please
viewers.
offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
'Cause everyone wants me to be in here. Especially me.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
And yet here you are prattling on about it. Could be...
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this
XD.
concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid.
Ooh.
He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
Wow, we're
that
going
or with drug money. Also, Stanley is
full
addicted to
aggressive.
drugs and hookers.
And hookers? Look, you can't say that on Twitch.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming.
Right, you need the
So
necessary
that the
background.
irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Alright, fellow human. Please control stream for me.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Alright, multiplayer mode activated. Where are we going?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There's also more if the second player also goes back in the broom closet. Okay, that I have to see. There are some very, very well hidden Easter eggs in the game. I do not mind, by the way, spoilers on how to get to them. Although I think we've missed the opportunity for second player to enter the broom closet. That's alright. Second player will go upstairs then. After all. Boss not here either, huh?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Fireplace.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
That's right. Or could he?
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Ominous. Good job, Stanley. Number 2. It's the same as combination as my suitcase. Mine too, a knick-knack. What a coincidence.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
I'm pretty sure, Fairly, this does run on the Source engine. Valve's first-person shooter-based engine that they licensed out to quite a few other games. So I think you've recognized well that that graphical similarity.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Handy of them to label it like that, ignoring the one that says Escape, right? Of course. Why would he even notice that? You're the boss, Mr. Narrator. There's a big button. The narrator has not told me to push that button, though. What do I do, Mr. Narrator? Any of this? Way too fine print.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No. He was a coward. Alright, fine. Yes, he was brave. Camera button. No other button.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers.
Fired.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yeah, would not be surprised if there was at least one, but possibly even multiple secret inputs you could put in on that keyboard. There's a lot such secrets hidden.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
God. Stanley's being controlled? I can't imagine. That would be left.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Is this the origin story of the defect? Right, Chrono? The colored buttons really make it nice and simple. Happy? Oop. Angry. House. Very, very solidly intuitive. I walk down into this doom ring. Console disabled. Very spooky. Big red button? Oh, can't press it. Interesting.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
This button?
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
This button.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Yes, it is.
It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow.
Oh, give me another whole minute.
Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Maybe.
Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Yes.
I mean, look
Maybe.
at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley.
Man, this narrator really
You're
is a
in
short
for quite a
fuse.
disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless, to see you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Goodbye,
Take a look at
employee
the clock, Stanley.
427.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
And so ends Stanley. Definitely seems like there is a lot of things you can do in that room. And then Stanley woke up again in his office. There are many
All of his
things.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bob is you again, but with screen shake and a timer. Yeah, that sounds about right. Go back through the way I just came? I might have. Stanley getting lost? Maybe. Maybe. Where are my coworkers? That's the important question.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Go down that maintenance elevator.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow.
No time for admiring.
Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Go straight down.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Seems to be the only path left. I'll take it.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Of course. You're right after all, sir.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
When you choose the path your DM was not at all expecting. To make some stuff up on the fly. We've got a car? I don't think we can do anything with this car. But this way. This looks familiar.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Oh, you're right.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Oh, we got derailed easy that time. Back in the office.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
mean? Just like hand waves. You're back in town. That never happens.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's find the story. Down. I like this door. One behind the chairs. You can't stop me. I know where story is. It's here. How many different branching paths do you have from this moment, I wonder? Not something to be answered literally, but I'm sure it's more than one. Now I'm definitely just
I'll
lost.
say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
You're not playing it for roguelite,
Okay, let's
sir.
give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Did you
Stanley
remember to
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
flush the memory, sir? Not like this before. Eight Mondays, yes. Classic mug.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Sounds like a plan to me, Mr. Narrator.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Oh boy.
No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Any minute now, I'm sure it'll be here.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Yay! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
I'm not one of those people.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Now that I can get behind. Follow the line. How hard could it be?
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
To destiny!
Nope. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
Whoa!
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Very nice foliage. Is this part of our new stem cell research division? Sure. Alright, if I don't get any further instruction, I'm going to leave. Gotta take a photo of the fern. It's done. Beautiful, beautiful fern.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Wait.
Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Grassroots Corporation. Love it. I'm back here again.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart. You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Heard a door open. Oh, that direction. Okay. Look around for options.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything.
It'll be everything.
What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley,
back.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
It's TM. Just pretend it's not here. Refuse to acknowledge you, line. I won't look at you. Oh, good, it left.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
Ah, starting at the end and working backwards. Brilliant.
Means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley. Our destiny
Stanley.
awaits.
To destiny. A confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Line again.
And we're supposed to
No
restart
office,
the game
simply black space.
eight
Wander in the blackness, find a
times?
bookstore.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I
philosophy
restart
music.
again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
You'll have no choice but to restart.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
Wherever you go, there you
Well,
are.
in the meantime...
That was a little jarring, but foretold. So the narrator is supposed to forget the previous restarts now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know if this
Stanley
is
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
as the previous... I don't know if this is a fresh start or not at this point, actually. Guess we'll find out.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What I want to do now is exactly
This
as
was
before.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
don't follow the
Perhaps
line.
he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That might end us up on the same ending. That's okay.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
feels like a
open
fresh
door on his
playthrough.
left.
One day we'll go
And so
left.
he detoured through the maintenance
It's the
section,
same ending?
walked
Okay.
straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'll dodge that then. We'll do something else. Get really lost. Oh. But it's not.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Hello.
Oh no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
But there's so much broom in here. really just, it's got a nice atmosphere to it. Fairly. So, let's see. If we wait long enough, he may react. Or it may simply be that we need to leave again. I don't know how long you have to wait here. How long am I willing to put Twitch chat through waiting? Not too long. An hour. Yeah, easy peasy every time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We'll go downstairs.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Whose voice is
And
this?
for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
A mantra to live by.
I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Poor Stanley.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Everyone.
And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Wow. Quite the way to go, Stanley. So there is a restart button, I was wondering. Okay. We have the opportunity to renew the game at any opportunity.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So now this becomes a game of trying to find new endings, trying to find new ways to progress.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So, hey, Osprey, thank you so much for the 3 months in that tier 1. This is the version on Steam, yes. Start looking for ways to find stuff. About our own PC. One in our office. Late for that, I guess. Having people keep track too, super.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Yeah, this game was free on the Epic Games Store, I want to say, a year ago? I did see that. Input. Input received. That's what we've done. Input has been received. And they purple come up. If there's anything else I can do here. Just to be completely clear. Lord Beef, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 15 months. Baylor Lord thanks his subscriber for not locking him in a broom closet.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I think we've actually been in this door yet.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Guess we're not allowed back in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, we got lost downstairs. I don't remember any other decision points down there. Llama, thank you so much for the 7 months. Sorry, the 9 months, excuse me. This is the Stanley Parable, a game that, well, speaks for itself. Because the boss knows what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Extreme bathrooms. It's a nice bathroom. Non-functioning mirror. Random ass building. Interesting. Interesting. Do back here. Well. Going up. Like, it almost sounds like they're saying Stanley, but it's barely audible. Wait. What? I'm back here? What do you mean I'm back here? Hold on. Go down, yeah. So I think you just stay in the elevator until you push the button again. Maybe there's something that happens if we wait a long enough time. Yeah, maybe if we time it just right, we'll end at the floor we need to be at. It's a room massager. Yeah, it's just vibrating and playing the music for us. So it's like a meditation chamber, basically. Indeed, a good time to take, I think, the first break of the day, refill my legs, stretch my water, and when I return, maybe we've arrived somewhere. Be right back. Alrighty, folks, we are back. And I see that we have not arrived anywhere. Thank you for that patience. Stanley ventured forth. What else can we do in this office? Seems like there's quite a bit of shenanigans.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
And thank you for the reminders of verification. I do indeed owe a dad joke to the audience. Did you hear about the man?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Did you hear about the man who robbed a woman on an elevator? What he did was wrong on so many levels. How's it going, AWO?
Two, 845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth into the newly opened passageway.
Nope. Not actually, since there's no cursor point, it's actually kind of hard to press the right button sometimes. 1. No, not 6. No! We're gonna enter 1947 again. It is surprisingly difficult. Alright, you know what? We're going. I think I could turn on that that dot, actually. Might be a way to do it. No? May have to enable that. Just add a dot with white out, that's right. Just draw one on there with a marker. Easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Ominous.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Boldly.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated, as the machine crushed every bone in his body,
this?
killing him instantly.
Got a replacement narrator. Achievement unlocked, you cannot jump. By the way.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
It's like a museum narration. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Yeah, that's the office. And then the two doors. Indeed. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good amount of time. The set of two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction posed by this room. Filing cabinets. But he should file these. Office computers. Button sounds. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. And the credits. Lee Staples. And the impeccable Kevin Brightning as the narrator. Good job, Kevin. Boss's office. Screens from the devs. Couple different iterations of it. The office clock. Very like... I've seen a couple of games do the art gallery of themselves. This is a good take on it. Early version of the underground section. Narration outtakes.
Then he pushed the number 4.
Recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game. Like, half heard.
Stanley pushed the number 6.
But we're in the final game. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We went through this story yet. The maintenance room. Warzone? Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Alien base, awesome. Am I going crazy? Maybe it isn't the same image. Was that clock there before? How do I go back? More endings, more narrators, fewer narrators, more Stanley, less Stanley. These are screenshots of the Stanley Parable HD remix. Wait, are these the actual ones they use on Steam? The point of Stanley Parable is to lose. And is to win. September 2012, we submitted this Stanley Parable to Greenlight, Valve's process of approving games for Steam. The Greenlight page had only a series of cryptic photos, which were still enough to win the community's approval. Dink dunk. Narrator emails. After the second trailer sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While he initially planned to use these in further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here is a selection of those emails. Congratulations! You win! Question: will the game feature capybaras? Sadly, no, I don't think so. Final warning. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. Oh no. Oh, that's way too spooky. I'm out of here. That's way too spooky. Yes, good question. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. So here's the initial version. And then after a little bit of time, it looked like this. And now, it looks like this. Yes, glorious. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Exit. Countdown room. We've been there. The elevator. The freedom ending. Ooh, we haven't seen that yet. Ooh. There was a button there for a second. Interesting. Stuff of the freedom ending. The boss's room pictures. A switch.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time
Splort. The end is never the end. We'll give it a couple seconds. Achievement is for 5 years, so it's possible to get that don't play the game achievement legally. By now.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
I'm in.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
Look at that door.
Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly.
Almost
50
certainly.
Clicks.
I got it. I'm gonna do pro gamer clicks. Maximum velocity. Earn that achievement.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417, you got it, boss.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. Here.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437.
Quickly! Quickly. Where's 437? There.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
19 endings? That sounds about right.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Yeah. 419? This way.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
He's getting really into it.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
Get there. Wait, no, it's back this way. Go, Stanley!
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
And that gave us the achievement for clicking on door 435 times. And then some. And then some. Think about a window I wanted to check out. Yeah, make it onto these desks. Really climb here. This is where we start. Windows are not open. Check the computers again, though. Seen a handful of, apparently 19 different endings. Okay, input received 2. See if we can find another one. This is not familiar.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Still feels good.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Who went this way yet?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Under maintenance. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo list, $5,000. Do not jump from the cargo while lift while it is in motion. Will cause death.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Which chat?
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Has she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Hey, is it Max?
I can't believe I was so mistaken.
Max?
This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make?
It's like
Remember
Fallout.
that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back sack and crack."
Back second crack. My goodness. Look at the time, chat. Is it time to be going?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8 per
Do you
day.
make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been.
Oh.
This way, please.
Team building exercise.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all.
It would be very confusing.
We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I'm gonna learn decision making. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop.
Commander, the aliens
Fireflame,
are
thank you so much for the
disturbing.
5 months and that tier 1 sub. Just one more till that half year.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would.
Right.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What do you think, chat? Left or right? Choices, choices. Hey, Detonated, I have not tried Superliminal. Up. Don't be wrong. Can we make a third choice? I think there's only 2 here. Can't decide this. I'm trying to choose something else. Look, you have to make at least 8 decisions per day, OmniCloud. Otherwise, you may not be getting your recommended daily dosage of decision making. An obstinate playthrough, I think is the right decision.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
It's starting to deteriorate. Again! Alright, alright. I don't see anything else that I can do here. Like ceiling light escape or anything. Alright. This way then. We will continue to be obstinate at all opportunities.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work?
Start over.
I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
I figured as much, Tom. We might have to revisit this one. Couple branching paths in the later endings, right?
Oh!
Whoa.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
I am Stanley.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine.
Just another day at the office, huh?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
We'll pick the left door.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Hurry.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Gotta be an ending where we do not do as he says, right? The dark ceiling panel, I've noticed, doesn't seem to be doing anything, though. Want out of here.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. always behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Always
I'm
Nothing is
quite sure
changing.
you'll be up to the task.
Certainly there's no other
Just follow
choice.
my
That's,
lead and you'll be fine.
I think what I'm
Right.
concluding to.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, we'll go left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Room closet not boarded up, but is locked.
Coming to a staircase,
No way down.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Getting railroaded pretty hard here. Into the... Oh, that's locked too. Choices! So locked.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was
not
once again stunned to discover not an indication of any
it looked like
human
before.
life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I'm the most expensive boss. Love it.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Mr. DNA, usurping the title of Channel Cutie, right in the middle of Stanley's
I'm
obstinance.
sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Essential.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
The end.
Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose.
Anything.
Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to...
It's like all the stages of grief.
Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Papers everywhere here.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Never. Never, ever, never.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
See you later, X-Max. Thanks for dropping by. And welcome to the channel.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
If there's enough room in his heart, I think so. Yeah, we've seen maybe
Yes.
half dozen of these.
Really, really worth it being here in the room. A room so utterly kept, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look,
Whoops.
Stanley, I think perhaps... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Good job, Stanley. There's a phone ringing. I think that's new. Where is it? Looks like it's in... behind one of these doors. This is not in our starting office. Not this one.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Here it is. Phone's still ringing. Not this phone. See if we can find it. Check the computers too.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No one answered the phone.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No answers in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take, too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth into the newly opened passageway. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. Stanley ventured forth
seemed a little
into the
glitchy,
newly
didn't it?
opened passageway.
A little bit. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe version coming with extra content. Well, isn't that
Stanley
interesting?
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Again? 3 times?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Auntie Peccio hitting us up with a dad joke. One Secarino here. Did you hear about the skeleton that became an artist? He worked in sculptures.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life, for he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
This button.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Hooray! We beat the game. GG! Yet we're here again. Easy game. Only died a few times.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Phones.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
You're thinking right exactly what I'm thinking, Tom. As we have found we've made most of the immediately obvious branching paths available to us. Only thing I can think of is to repeat the ending where we defy the narrator over and over again, but then start agreeing with him when he gives us the instructional video. Do what he says after that and see what happens. But that's the only thing I can think of that might lead to another ending off the top of my head that we've seen so far. So beyond that, hints or a little guidance would help discover new content. Because I know that we've seen, like, maybe not even half of the different endings that you could discover in this game.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story.
Let's do the one that I
way.
know to do. Two more in the warehouse. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Warehouse is this way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I know there's I do in fact know there is a window we can jump through, but I haven't yet to see
The lounge was grand, majestic.
Somewhere.
Perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile.
Good job,
At
Stanley.
last, proof that he was human.
The comments in here every time.
But
Good.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Two more in
Stanley was
here.
so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
platform.
Look, Stanley, I think
We're gonna
perhaps
get
we've
onto this
gotten off on the
walkway.
wrong foot here.
This is
I'm
gonna
not your
take me up.
enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting,
yeah.
Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Yeah, one chance, Mr. Narrator. Danger. Danger everywhere. Do not stand on this side of fence. 2B5.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, come on. You know I'm going to choose blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nope.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, aha! It's behind me.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better?
Twitch
what
integration.
did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I like this door, though.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
You know, I really gotta say, I'm feeling extremely neutral.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really. Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings. Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. Good old Neil. 2 seconds. Ridiculous. Did you know that 21.3% of players skipped the intro sequence? Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. How long does it take you to get the correct door? Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. Oof. Why not ask some friends for help? Friends list empty. Oof. Savage. I like this door, though.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Even less than last time.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Show me.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger.
I do remember this.
You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Oh god. The sound effects. You know what? There is in fact something that happens
Bastard.
after 4 hours.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I recommend
Because if it's
YouTube
the
for
latter,
that.
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot. Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough?
No, it won't be.
Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house.
You got it, dude.
This will go here. No, here. And then... Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete.
Oh, here it is.
I made this, Stanley.
It's
Look
a
at
beautiful
it.
house, dude.
Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. Ah, but you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
Perfect fit.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
Yes! Let's go. It's like a knockoff of Minecraft music? Is that what I'm hearing? Pretty good.
My, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
Gravel. Cave mushrooms.
Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game. Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Wait a minute, is that an Aperture Science Super Colliding Super button?
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
This is what I'm best at. Can I launch this, maybe? Might be some fun glitchy things you could do. I'm gonna throw the box, I think. You can't jump, though, so you can't really get any momentum. I don't think it's possible to toss the box through the door, which is what I want to do. Alright, we'll use the button.
Genius. No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons.
Please rate your experience. Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Where are we? Spooky in here. Dead end? Interesting. Definitely. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I felt like I was supposed to go
I wonder
there.
what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Hey, you meta joke.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Than before? .426. Welcome to the whiteboard ending! Console bark. Bark. Open the console. Tilt doesn't do it, neither does, console not enabled, gotcha. Not enabled. To tweak the Steam launch settings, okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
For other things that may be different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So we still have the other choice to make it the warehouse. Do that.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room.
Good room.
This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room.
Good room, dude.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Answering the phone is what we're going to
Look,
do right
Stanley,
now.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
And the red door is a different ending, too. Okay, sweet.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see
Rude.
something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
No. 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 I think this actually predates that meme, too.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I like that it asked me to please press it. Alright, if you ask so nicely, game.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Press E to watch TV. Please consume content.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
To spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
It's a good game. You tell your kids about it.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
You got it, narrator man. I will dutifully not do as I'm told? Question mark. At last. Peace! He finally tricked me. He got me. Just us in the office now. The gentle ticking of the clock, the remarkable scenery of this painting, the sharpness of these pencils, the duty of our desk.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
That's cue to question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Maybe.
And I tried again.
Please die.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
The narrator was humming along to the music in the elevator. That's pretty great. The vibration room in the boss's office. Okay, no phone ringing or anything.
But Stanley simply...
We've seen that one. Right, you get an ending for closing the door immediately. Right.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
How do I get up and out a window? That is my question to me. Out a window. 4, 3, 4. Start with the chair. Ah, here we are. And you can even see the... Hold on. Actually surprisingly difficult. Well done, it actually feels unintentional. Be going over, right? Hello? Yeah, I gotta crouch. Aha!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes or no? You can keep it going.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
This one.
Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Oof.
Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
So we're confined to a rectangle here. Think we got to restart, probably. All right. We'll fall for the bait. Hook, line, and sinker here. Although, hold on, the phone is ringing.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work.
Yes.
Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Thanks. Twinge? Is that you, Twinge? Man loves some boxes.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. You too will become quite unbearable.
I'm sorry, you were trying to make me miserable? But this is beautiful. Looping now. That's just looping now. Alrighty, so we know there's an ending for the red door.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Office, though. There are more boxes now? That's a lot of boxes. That's so many boxes. That's 1,237 boxes. 27 boxes? That's a lot of boxes.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Not enough. Main office door. Main office door. This one?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, he wondered. Desperate
so you gotta be quick, okay.
He began turning the room over, looking for clues that might unravel the situation, until at last he discovered a keypad behind the boss's desk. But alas, no code. For this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Alright, let's restart real quick then. I want to try that. Try to sneak out that door quickly enough.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Bananas.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping...
Stepping. Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast. Money crisp. See that has changed. It's locked as well. Input received. We're at 3 out of 5. So, down this way now. Okay, back out the way we came then. Nobody's here. Back to my office. Yeah, Feldman. Stanley's Parable is kind of a, I guess, a narrative experience. That's how I'd call it. The purpose is to make decisions correctly. But not incorrectly. That would be wrong. Interesting. You are now leaving. Cape Pod Bay, floor 760. Get out of here. Eight, two more. Narrator has been oddly silent. What's up, dude? Escape pod launch bay. Sweet. The escape pod. That seems a little glitchy.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Inputs. There we go, input received. Yeah, indeed, how do you tell it's working? I don't know. That is the long and short of it. I don't know. Pod requires both Stanley and the narrator to be present. Interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of
like
two
left him
open
behind?
doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
That's crazy pants.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
All right, narrator. I trust you.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Isn't it grand? So this is what happiness feels like. At long last, we're here. So colorful. But it's vacation time.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Away from the happiness?
Right. Where were we? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
An awfully dangerous looking staircase, narrator. You're right, I'd better go back.
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
No.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
You're right, that looks pretty dangerous. Wouldn't want to slip off that dangerously unsecured railing at the top.
You are going to stay here, aren't you?
2-hour happiness room stream. What a great time to take a break. Break a leg, more like.
Please, Stanley, think about... No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? No, 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 what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to
Can't
take
even
this
die
away from
properly.
me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
What can I say? I'm really falling for this game. Whoops.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Could really call this the height of game development.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
We made it! Is this true happiness? So many buttons. Yes! They'll light up again. Kind of cool, actually. There's exactly 432 buttons here. And a lot of loud. Push every button. So is there anything to do here other than entertain oneself with question pudding? Bibbidi bobbidi. Well, this is the heaven ending. Very, very nice. Push the buttons. Every button. So, are there any we have not seen, ending-wise? I guess is the question. This is different again. Oops. Go back to heaven here, yeah? Oh, that's right. Get on the platform and back off. Yeah, the layout was
All
different
of his
there for a second.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What could it mean?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We'll back off the platform then.
When Stanley came to a set of two open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Game is a great highlight of how branching narrative paths can create
Stanley
really
was so
interesting
bad at following directions, it's
experiences.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it. Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump.
Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
You just
do
wanted
it,
me
do
to
it.
not jump to my death earlier, narrator. I feel like I'm getting mixed signals here. Gotta land on the boxes.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Whoops. EG. EG. Well, I think that's everything then, yeah? A very fun little meta-humor narrative experience Stanley Parable is. We need the cheating ending.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
You too, recorded message. Yeah, we've done the self-destruct ending. There might be, if there's some kind of inputs you can do during the self-destruct sequence, that'd be something we can do. Or we can get the cheating ending. Requires you to enable the console and then type svcheats1 into it. Alright, that doesn't sound like it's too hard, right? We just have to enable this in Steam somewhere. Which is how to do. Do I do that, actually? Steam launch options dash console. Launch options. Alright, let me close it first. Do that. Set launch options. Dash console. Okay. See if that works. Looks like it. Perfect. Okay, so we have the console now. So I think we have our game capture working again. Good.
This is
the story of a man named Stanley. And then it's SV Cheats 1.
Stanley, this is me being serious. In fact, this is my serious room. It's where I come to be serious. That table is the most serious table I could find. I looked at many, many tables, hundreds of tables. It's possible I looked at over 1,000 tables.
Did you make a table to
honestly
organize them?
don't know. The specific number isn't as important as the understanding that of all tables I looked at, this one is the most serious. I relate this story to impress upon you the extent to which this is the most serious room I have, which is why I brought you here. You just tried to activate server cheats, which of course runs the risk of breaking the entire game. You've got no respect for the strict order of scripted narrative events, and I just can't have that. It's time to get serious, Stanley. No jokes, no games. Outside of this room, I might be more tolerant of those things, but now we're in the room. Which is why I'm subjecting you to the most serious punishment I can think of. 100 billion trillion years standing here in the serious room. Perhaps after that, we can talk about the severity of your actions and whether you've learned anything. But until then, serious room, go.
Go. Okay, bye. No escaping the serious room. Only more cheating.
Whoa! Did we not have the talk? Are we not in the serious room this very moment? Did I not tell you how many tables I looked through? I'm going to be conservative and say it was somewhere in the tens of thousands of tables. Any reasonable person would say I spent an absurd amount of time doing nothing but looking at tables, and I genuinely considered each one too. I took a hell of a lot of notes. I kept the notes in a different room. That room is less serious than this one. It's more of a notes room. Again, the point of this story is to convey how serious I feel this cheating issue is. And I'm sure you'll agree with me once you've fulfilled your new punishment. Infinity years in the serious room. I generally have trouble reading human emotions, but I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that you're devastated by this crippling new punishment. As well you should be. It's the most serious I could think of. Can you get more serious than that? No, you can't. Don't try.
What about infinity plus 1 years? Huh? What about SV cheats 1?
Still no effect. The problem is clearly the serious room. It isn't serious enough. That's on me, Stanley. I apologize.
Wrong table.
I'm going to the store to look through more tables. Hopefully I find one that conveys how wrong what you're doing is. Now, where did I put those notes?
Didn't look at enough tables. So that's all there is to this. Infinity rooms in the serious year. GG. GG. Well, I think we actually have seen everything now. Oh, we can get the whiteboard thing,
I can't wait
right?
to tell this story to my coworker.
Bark. Do I have to be in the whiteboard room?
Stanley thought, how amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing?
Bark. We bark now. Oh, yeah. Absolutely brilliant. Alrighty. What a glorious little misadventure this game's been. Perfect kind of content, I think, for the community game vote. I suspect, being 7 years old now, a lot of folks have not seen this room. Sorry, this game. Or this particular room, perhaps? I've seen it now, though. Lounge room was way better. But yeah, if there's nothing else to find here, I guess we'll kick things on over to the second half of stream, as well as take another stream break here. I think this is a great community game. The narration does let me kind of take a backseat to it, so I don't have quite as much to say myself, but it's been thoroughly enjoyable to experience / re-experience parts of this. Glorious lounge. Yeah, I wanted to kick it on over to some Baldur's Gate 3 for the second half of stream here. See if we can finish up, or at least get close to finishing up our playthrough of that. We are getting close to the end of the month, so note that our next month preliminary vote will be starting up pretty soon. as we get close to the end. So, if you enjoyed checking out the Stanley Parable with us, and want to be part of the decision-making process for the next community game to be played on stream, then I encourage you to head on over to that ! Discord and check out the community voting and game vote discussion channels that are there. But that is going to be the end of the Stanley Parable. So happy to have checked it out and enjoyed our time with it. I'm going to take a quick break now, refill my water, stretch my legs, and when I return, we'll be playing some Baldur's Gate 3 for the rest of the evening. Thanks so much for being here, and I'll be right back, everybody. Alrighty, folks, we are back. Thank you so much for that patience. Happy to be diving on into some more Baldur's Gate 3 here. We're fairly far into the current game available, Act 1. Our max level party. Last time we checked in, we made it to the Goblin Camp. Found there the druid Halsin, who was being held captive, and freed him, as well as slaying the leadership of the goblins. Their hobgoblin warlord, and the drow that was commanding them, as well as High Priestess Gut.
Remember, we will be watching.
Matt Bandit, thank you so much for the 22 months, just 2 more to those 2 years. A lot of years. Yeah, that's a lot of years. So at the conclusion of yesterday's stream, we were told that we have 2 paths before us. We need to reach the Moonrise Towers, which can be reached either over the Risen Road, through a mountain pass, or via the tunnels in the Underdark, which start at the Temple of Saloon. And we're also supposed to find the Night Song artifact. It must be in the Goblin Camp. So I think we have to go back to the Goblin Camp to look for the Night Song. And then the next part would be going into the Underdark and seeing what's down there. The overland paths to the Moonrise Towers are inaccessible in early access, or at least this phase of early access. So the only option to us is the underground one. Well, that's where things stand at the moment. Get our casters armored up here. Let's see what's out here. Currently in the Bladed Village, we didn't find a waypoint that actually goes over here, so there must be one, right? It feels like there has to be. Oh yeah, Rydox. Hope you're doing well today. Way up to the... Let's head straight from where we are. Yeah, so it is down this road. Past it, next to the InStyle building? Oh yeah, there's one here in the Bladed Village, to be clear. But where we're headed, there is not one over here. Life keeping you busy, that's fair. Doing well. Happy to be here, streaming for everybody on a Sunday. We just played our community game for the month, the Stanley Parable, which was a really fun time. Had a great change of pace, and now I'm happy to be doing some more Baldur's Gate 3 content. Progressing a little bit further in this. Hey, no worries, Omni. No worries at all. Oh, that pop in, though.
Next time, we will be on guard duty.
We just waltz past them. We've already killed your bosses.
Rib couldn't guard his nose from his fingers.
Just waltz right on through. We're here to look for the Night Song. Tyrannosaurus Rex hitting us up with a dad joke. Did you hear about the 2 witches that moved in together? Now they're broommates. Okay, wow. So we are in combat with just about everybody here. So we did murder all their leadership last time. I guess that makes some sense. Tyrannosaurus Bear, yes. Just like I read the first part of the name and my brain just auto-completed it. Excuse me there, Tyrannosaurus Bear. Not sufficient to bully their leaders, we have to bully all of them. Indeed. We'll have Asterion dash on up, I guess. Got that bonus movement for being a rogue. And then he can fire a pretty devastating arrow. We don't have an advantage, so there's no sneak attack bonus damage. You almost get him there. Imagine they'll give us too much trouble. Sharp Eye Aggie. Aliskarat. Assyrian has not made us into a vampire. Assyrian did kill us by drinking all of our blood. But, we have not been vamped by the process. Alright, Will is our warlock here. Let's just start picking people off. Make our life a little bit simpler. Dark One's Blessing will give Will some temporary hit points, so we'll try to put him in front to actually put those to use. Although generally the enemies will target the opponent with the lowest armor class from what I've seen. It's either a sleep or a Bane curse, I'm not sure. Or Gurgan. Wait, what? What is that? Hello? But why? Why have you done this? 5, huh? 6. Good job, me. We're going to want to be able to efficiently deal with these guys. We're going to need some area of effect damage. Dare I say. Somebody has an explosive barrel in their inventory, I think. Yeah, without the giant bear on our side, it's a little bit, but not as much as you might think. Less in our favor. So if we throw the smoke powder barrel, it'll break, right? Find out. Yes! And since there were torches in the area, now it's on fire. Good job. Portable fireball. Brilliant. That's all you need. The Great Boom. Time for Barrelmancy. It's not a Divinity Engine game without some solid Barrelmancy going on. I think. Alright, let's keep picking off nerds here. Warlock Gurk. Sure what he tried to do there. We do have the combat log. Cast Sleep on Gale, okay. Too much hit points for that to work though, yeah? Am I still looking at my attack rolls? Lots of practice with XCOM has made me very good at rolling dice. Just hit every time, no problem. Bayo Eknook. Then throw javelin. Didn't hit though. Melee variant Warlock in the finished game? That would be cool. I can't wait to see the full set of D&D classes implemented. That'll be very exciting. Alright, you have a crossbow too, right, Gale? That's right. There's our first miss. This is fine-ish. The backstab with Asterion. Those rogue sneak attacks are really good. Acid arrow, huh? Okay, okay, we got an actual hit. I'm almost impressed. Almost. Here, big guy. Also throw javelin. Got fire wine barrels. And an oil barrel, perfect. Blam! I'm actually not sure what lit that off, but I'm okay with it. We can still make a melee offhand attack with the dagger. Nice. 6 damage. Right, 1d4 plus 3 with that offhand dagger that our dwarf wizard in heavy armor, dual-wielding weapons, uses. That's us. That's us. Got him. Alright, guard Gurgen. Is there any way... I'll pin you down. Ooh, nice crits. Pin down reduces his move speed and make him a little bit slower to get into the fight here. Cleaning these up pretty nicely. Time to use some real AoE in a second. Thing's on fire, though. Continue to pick off the low health ones when we can. Five strength modifiers, so it gets 1d20 plus 7 on the attack roll. Yikes. Gotta take this ogre down quickly then. 4d6 if I go for the Burning Hands. That also hits... Does not quite hit the guy behind, but if we get a little closer, I think we can now land a real Burning Hands here. Okay, saves were made. Tragic. Get that ogre. Get that ogre. Go for Shatter. Some damage in an AoE there. Asterian's got a good backstab lined up. Yes. And that goblin just summoned an animal companion. I see that there's 3 up here, actually. That's a good spot for some AoE. Take an attack of opportunity if we try to run away, right? Yes. We can jump out of engagement range. Or, wow. Or that could happen by accident. Good job. Good job. Not take an attack from the ogre, please. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna drink a healing potion, because that really hurt. Basic healing potion. There we go. That's more better. Nice hit. Max damage on the Eldritch Blast there. Ooh, 14. 2d8 plus 5. Dang. Taking a bit of a beating here. Only a little bit. Let's see, our dwarf could try to use magic. Probably just better to attack twice here. 20 health. And Gale. Okay, let's... Actually, I can put the ogre to sleep now. Let's do that. Not allow him to do anything again. Until he is awake. Ground. It's 90% with low ground? Nice. Get him, Will. Nice. 3 toasty goblins. Bye-bye now. Okay, Ogre missed his turn, so now is attacking time. Slice and dice. Backstab him. I should be able to do. Gotta be careful of that attack of opportunity marker. Path a little bit wrong, it's a bad time. There we go. Easy peasy. Never didn't have it. See if there were any... Yeah, 300 gold on one of them. At least one of these was a traitor. Arrows of fire.
Enjoy the night. It seems to me full of opportunities.
Going Gale. Trying to click on the body under you, actually. I appreciate the conversation. Stuffed bear. This bear, oft torn and repaired, seems one good squeeze away from crumbling into moldered stuffing and threadbare patchwork. Interesting. For what that's worth. Deskin Anthology of Goblin Poetry. I once met a wizard in Tamar who went and corrected me grammar. He said I can't cast no spell till I enunciate well, so I beat him to death with a hammer. What we got here, boys? Ha! Book of poems, he says. Privy roll, more like. No, poems make you feel stuff. Well, this one time I was dreaming about this ogre, right? And he was huge, ran straight at me, and I gave him the biggest kick to the Nadgers. Woke up smiling, I did. Is that a poem or no? Goblins are good at this. I would read that. I would buy that book. I'll buy that book. Interesting looking altar? Statue? Not sure what you'd call that. See that we're not alone here. Are more alive gobbos. Let's top up with food here. And then we have food on us. Half-eaten apples. Cabbages. Carnival squash. Also tasty. Evening, Janet. And yeah. Okay. Everybody is healed enough. We'll call it. Hey, Giraffe Aberhart, you haven't missed much of this BG3 session. We've just gotten started. We're currently looking for the Night Song artifact that's supposed to be hidden under the Goblin Camp. And since we were a little aggressive last time we were here, all of the goblins are angry with us. Ah, there's the waypoint we were looking for. Okay, we'll go over here then. Immense battle. Got a bunch of gubbos. Alright, they all level 1-ish still. Novice Crusher. Sharp Eye Breg. Okay, we'll work on taking out the ones that are high up here. One sec. Go. Path is interrupted. Not gonna hit. You know what? What if we get to our own high ground? Aha.
Tormentor.
Exactly 12. Perfect. We'll have Will go in front. He's our tank after all. Nice hit. Pretty lucky with the attack rolls so far. Go! Or don't. Okay, with height advantage, Asterian's attacks get height advantage, or you know, what's it called? Yeah, advantage. Getting to roll 2d20s and take the higher results, and that means we also get to do a sneak attack. Whenever you have advantage on your roll, you get to do that. Get the big damage. Right, go for the wizard. It'll work out for you. On fire. Not my preferred way to be. A 6 even with advantage? 10 times. Yaga Piddle. Her name. Alright, we'll kill that one. Good. This tracker Kerr's left. Nice. Crusher's Ring. Though caked with mud and grime, this ring smells faintly of lavender. Remarkable, considering where it's been. It gives +3 movement to whomever's wearing it, which will definitely be useful on either the dwarf or Asterion. Actually, giving more movement to speed to Asterion sounds really good. Slap it on the road. Always the kind of the question of, do you make your best party member better or your worst party member better? You know, who do you invest in? Stacking bonuses on your best can be really good. A whole bridge up here? No. See, a potion of healing. I see that this slightly drunk, Shaman has taken notice of us finally. They fit. Got him. 50 XP for that one? What? Crazy pants. Fire. Maximum level reached. Okay, yeah, so it's now clear that the max level is indeed 4. I wonder if there was an update since last time we played. I've not actually paid a whole lot of attention.
Quite exhausted. A good night's sleep would do me wonders.
So, the goblin camp inside a temple. Has to be the temple, right? Whole bunch more goblins here at the entryway. Higher level ones, too. Very well. Right? The pixel hunting can be pretty real. Alright, all these height advantage attacks and they still can't actually connect with us. How unfortunate. Goblins at a higher level, I imagine, get slightly higher bonuses to their attack rolls? You know, I'm not actually sure. Oh yeah, because you're too high. We put a boat to sleep with this, though. Knock out 2 of them. Make my life a little bit easier. Got him. Alley-oop. Attempt was made. Kind of weird to me that you can just kind of jump out of melee whenever you want to. Works out alright. There's that crit miss. We're overdue for one. Yeah, the hit points of an enemy and their level don't quite seem like they line up all the time. Not sure why, but kind of standard fare for Larian, honestly. Okay, they're waking up now. This was only for 2 rounds. Dang it, Will. Okay, I invited that onto myself. 6 damage? Whatever. It's fine. Get a backstab here? Yes. This is technically a backstab. You don't have to be very far behind them. Got a Mysterian. Drink a potion for our other action. Okay. Get down here, you stinky goblins. First of all, how dare you? Out of movement. Lies and slander. Too bad. Shouldn't be too many more rooms full of goblins. We already took out the main chambers. It had free reign to explore now. That is the hope. There's a ladder up. Looks like a secret-ish passage over here. Not sure. Check the letter first. Oh, that goes to the rafters. Good. Lapsed corridor.
Something's blocking it from the other side.
Probably come in that way then? Chest here.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe. Praise his throne of flaming iron. Praise Maglubiet.
Hello.
You know Maglubiet, a tyrannical deity who treats his goblinoid followers as slaves.
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as goonless as the rest of them.
It is not I who is lacking Gorm.
They'll turn on you soon enough. Then you'll be wishing you was in a cage. You'll end up being supper for the spiders or the wargs.
Already killed both of them. Why'd they turn on you, though?
'Cause I'm loyal to Maglubiet. 'Cause I ain't having my head turned by some upstart god.
The Absolutes?
They like feasting, fighting, and fornicating. Who doesn't? Absolute gives them that. Gotta know your place in the world, though. Maglubiet's kept us in line. That's what a god's supposed to do.
Silver glass, silver plate, silver dish. Interesting. Not worth much. There's another chest up here. Interesting. Oh, throw a jump. There. Necklace and some money. Over here.
Good thing I ain't on.
The faithful guy. Got Sherpa, warrior, trekker. The big hole in the ground. But that's worth anything necessarily. Whee! Ow! I guess, I guess they did not want him to get out. Brutal, dude. That is a brutal way to go. Alright, that actually reminds me. I wanted to use my arcane recoveries. I think we'll short rest here, as most of us are missing health. Take a quick short breather here. Fall damage is no joke. Both you and enemies can take massive amounts from what seem like pretty simple involuntary falls. Local rats.
We got the absolute might.
We'll ignore these three for now. Looking for this relic we're supposed to find. I'll use that. We haven't taken a look at Droragzlin's throne, huh? We just sit on it? Here, okay. Nothing interesting there, although I could break it. Do that. Got him. Hidden inside or anything. Went to that gilded chest room. Didn't find anything interesting up there. Or rafters up here. And no, I'm not necessarily seeing what I'm looking for. Local rat. We're out of potions that let us speak with animals, right? I think so. Anything else in the ward pens? Some kind of temple. Like we're inside the temple. Seems to be Selûnite imagery here. Like the sarcophagus is this moon symbol on the floor. Tells us we're inside the building I'm looking for. Down here. I don't think I thoroughly explored bottom area. I'll peek around. Oh, we should also look in guts chambers. Us try something.
The corpse seems willing to speak, but not to its killer.
Fair enough. Fair enough. No secrets in death for me, huh? Looks like a dead end. Yes. A pit for spiders. Oh, cave mouth. Hello. Hello, hello. What do we have here? Defiled temple. Camera, hello. Two-headed jump. What this whole place is called? Shattered Sanctum versus Defiled Temple. Okay, okay. Doesn't seem like there's any way forward here. Go to the High Priestess. Okay, so we should look at Guts Chambers. I think this is a one-way... Oh yeah, you're thrown down into this pit by gut, probably. There's spider eggs, too. Lots of spider eggs. So many spider eggs. Here.
die.
Sounds good to me. Ulma, bodyguard of the High Priestess. Bang. Let's take a beating there. Good lord. Not get attack of opportunity at Asterion. You are definitely gonna bite this lady. Make him happy. Interesting. He has to drink the blood of a certain race to get the buff? Not sure. You can get some distance, Will. Or Gale, whatever your name is.
Take this!
Ow. Big oof. You know what? No. Action. Okay. Pretty low chance to hit her with acid arrow. Go for it anyway. Nice. That'll do damage next turn as well. I don't remember what the acid condition even does.
Torment.
Run through. Under the ogre's feet. Easy peasy. Oh, and he healed himself for a ton, right? Because he's got, the Absolute's Talisman. When the wearer has less than 25% of their health left and deal damage, they regain 1d8 health. And sneak attack damage gets split into 2 chunks, so we healed off of that twice, rolling 8 and 6 for an incredibly large heal there. Very generous. Very generous. Thank you, game. Alright, Pulma. Oh yeah, there's a whole area here we haven't seen. Aha. I thought as much. What else you got hiding around? Definitely not. Roll of 8. It's a heal if nothing else. And this is, I think, the holy symbol, or a holy symbol of Saloon. So this looks right.
Looks like all those moon plates can be turned.
We saw the symbol on the floor earlier that we need, I think. We have to make that, Oh, weird. Good idea, actually. We're just gonna put all 4 full moon slots on this Fourth one here. Looks like we can move them around, hey? Go like this. Okay, that did not do anything.
What's that?
What? What did you see, Asterion? Lever. Locked. I lockpick it? We solved a puzzle in the Goblin Camp, revealing a secret passage that leads underground. Oh. Well. I guess that, leads us in the direction we wanted to head in anyway, which is to the Underdark, I want to say. I'm running low on food even. Oh, I got lots of carrots. We're good. Delicious. Helps your dark vision, they say. So they say. Selûnite Outpost. Whoa. Blood Moon Gem. The burgundy color of the stone seems to trap all light. What have we got here? Oil barrel. I'm gonna go ahead and yoink that. Holy fonts. Ship's training dummy. This is clearly the Underdark that we were in before. Wait, is this the other side of that, Oh, the gate we couldn't open. That's right. That's right. There's a way up top here, though. Yeah, we've seen the other side of this door. Last time we were down here. Notes. This place is dark, but the lady's light shines yet. Just as the drow had almost broken through, Jarrus railed the last of the initiates and charged forth. For a moment, the cavern shone with Selûne's own brilliance. I'd have gladly gone with them, wound or no, but Jarrus bade me stay and hold the gate until his return. I am to keep the records too. I'll save space to write of his victory. It's been days, hours, since we collapsed the tunnel. They were supposed to return after the battle. I cannot dig it out on my own. My eyes won't get used to this darkness, but I can hear them stripping the dead. I'm sorry. I haven't learned the death rites yet, but I will hold the gate. I promise. Final entry is barely visible, more faint scratches than legible writing. Sorry. Spix the sidekick, hitting us up with a dad joke. Did you hear about the ghost who became a cheerleader? She doesn't have the best body, but she's got plenty of spirit. Cannot mage hand over there, it looks like, unfortunately. I think I could, like, grab it and make a range attack on it. Oops. Question mark? Well, it's gone now. Good job, me. Oh, hey, and we got a waypoint. Underdark Forts. Make it nice and cozy. Heck yeah. There's the lever. Alrighty. Forward and onward, I suppose. Wait, 2 petrified drow, hold on. Yeah, they're here. Outside the forts. Interesting. Well, that bears a bit of a closer examination. Relgol's cold in the Underdark. Where is the Night Song? Lots of petrified drow? Well, that's only mildly concerning. And a lot of money. And more petrified creatures. Rated Drowhood, +1 to Dex saving throws. Okay.
We've been spotted. Attack!
Ooh. Another Spectator Beholder and Commander Mazuri, 10th daughter of the House Darkonnen. And it looks like the Beholder is going to fight them too? Look at the other party members in here. Alright folks, we're jumping. Even if it hurts. Quick, before everybody gets lasered to death. Can't really tell who's on whose side at this point. That spectator is awfully far away. Player character, please drink a potion. It's 55 to hit with an acid arrow. Probably just want to go for magic missiles. currently attacking me. The spectator is attacking them. Not really sure.
For the glory of House Starconan!
It certainly seems like a hot mess. Alright, Asterion. No range attack, sneak attack bonus there? Interesting. But why not? Why not? %. Target is obscured by shadows. Nonsense.
Torment!
Give it the old magic missile. Clear to me if I actually want to be attacking the drow at the moment. Deal with the beholder first. Keep eating potatoes. Okay, screw those shadows. Light it up. Let's actually take advantage of the height advantage we got here. They're like trying to attack me, but they seem to be failing.
For loaf!
Aw. Rude. Ow. Gale, no!
Torment!
Almost. Please. Yeah. Oh no, another one? There's so many of them. Alright, the thing needs to die before it causes any more problems. Seems like it's gonna make that a challenge. Too far my butt. Got it. Okay. This is Gale. A rest after this fight, so let's just use all of our available resources. Hello, Drow Scout. Are you there? Oh. Yes. Yes, they are. I've never actually used an oil of speed. I think it's time. So, features a +2 bonus to armor class, advantage on dex saving throws, speed is doubled, and it can take 1 additional action per turn. 1 additional... So we have 2 regular actions. Wow, that is really good. Reezy did. I get inside normal range while also retaining my height advantage? I could not. Alright, let's just take a shot. Nice. Good connect. Okay, so speed potion seems real good. Only 3 turns though. Eat. Thank you.
Dead con!
Oh no! Oh, what a way to go. Brutal. Stretched into infinity. Tough life. Alright, put the melee attacks to use. Got him. Alright, not too many left. Could be a cinch. Easy to drag stuff off your hotbar. You can lock the hotbar, but it, like, forgets that you did that.
Fiat Lux.
No, yeah, as soon as I lit up my own characters there, their ranged attacks stopped getting a penalty. Whoops. Daisy. Again. Oh, you can only do the sneak attack once per turn. That actually makes sense. Slash too. Alright, you help, Will. Not become Die, or Gale, or whatever his name is.
Done.
Low ground. Guess if that's low ground, that also explains why they were able so easily to hit him. Solid attempts. Hey, you Dream of Storm. Enjoy your bedtimes, and thanks for stopping by and saying hello. That's a backstab. Alright, commander's down. Just the regular route to go. Get him up. Lethargic. So when that speed pot wears off, you become... Exhaustion consumes you. That's all it says. Looks like I cannot... Oh, you can't take a turn. You lose a turn. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Get him. Alright, Burning Hands you from down here? Yes. Toasty.
One wrong move and I'd have been a statue, imprisoned for eternity.
Ruby ring, tourmaline ring, crumpled missive. Our scouts have noticed surface activity in the region. Slave races are growing arrogant. It's time we teach Lolth's enemies not to encroach on her paradise. Infiltrate the outpost and return to me. A simple task, you'll agree. So do not bring shame.
If I don't get my beauty sleep soon, I may just get a tad malcontent.
Upon House Darkonnen. A simple task, so do not bring shame. Upon House Darkonnen. A simple task. Do not bring shame. On House Darkonnen. Fluorite shards. Swords. For them. A lot of money. Thanks. Okay, time to go to camp and end the day here. Rest up since we're so badly battered up here. Does anyone have any new dialogue? It sure looks like Gale does. What's up, Gale?
Ah, good evening to you. I take it you're here to pick me up on that bedtime story you were promised.
Wow, the camera continues to amaze. Love it. Exactly so.
Marvelous. It's a story full of answers long overdue. It is the story of a man who fell in love with a goddess.
Don't tell me that's you. Alright, regale me.
Thank you. Once upon a time, not quite that long ago, there lived a wizard in a tower. The wizard was what one might call a prodigy, who
Right.
from an early age could not only control the weave, but compose it, like a musician or a poet. Such was his skill that it earned him the attention of the mother of magic herself, the Lady of Mysteries, Mystra.
She does this to quite a few wizards, by the way. Sounds like a pretty talented individual.
He was. Even though it was in Mystra's affections that his true power lay. Perhaps it was not quite love, but you see, the wizard was but a very young man. It was most certainly love to him. Mystra showed him the secrets beneath the veils. The gossamer veils first, draped across the weave. The delicate veils next, draped across her body. Chosen one, she whispered, and she slipped them off completely.
Are you just reading me your own fanfiction, Gale?
Alas, it was Mystra's interest that didn't last. One day, all too soon, the whispers stopped. The goddess spurned the mortal. The veils were drawn once more, and the wizard was left behind, heartbroken.
Tragic. What happened next?
Like so many of the heartbroken, he did something infinitely foolish. One has to think big if one seeks to win back a goddess. So the wizard thought big.
How big?
Here goes. Once upon a time, very long ago, a mighty lord lived in a tower, a flying tower, to be precise. I'll save his story for another time, but the gist of it is that he sought to usurp the goddess of magic so that he could become a god himself. He almost managed, but not quite. And his entire empire, Netheril, came crashing down around him as he turned to stone. The magic unleashed that day was phenomenal. Rolling like the prime chaos that outdates creation. A fragment of it was caught and sealed away in a book. No ordinary book, mind you. A tome of gateways that contained within it a bubble of astral plane. It was a fragment of primal weave locked out of time. Locked away from Mystra herself. What if, the silly wizard thought, what if after all this time, I could return this lost part of herself to the goddess?
That could have unintended consequences. Did the wizard happen to have this book on hand?
So it goes with Wizards of Waterdeep. It is a city filled with the most obscure arcana. He obtained the book and took it into his study. As for what happened next, here. Place your hand over my heart. Let me show you.
You feel the tadpole quiver as you realize Gale is letting you in. Into the dark. You see through Gale's eyes, staring down the corridors of a dread memory. A book, bound, then suddenly opened. Inside there are no pages, only a swirling mass of blackest weave that pounces. Its teeth,
you seem to be having some trouble
its
here.
Claws. It's unstoppable as it digs through you and becomes part of you. And gods, is it ever hungry.
Another reminder that we're still in early access here. Are you still alive, dude?
Of all things, magic.
Please get out of me.
This Netherese taint, this orb, for lack of a better word, is balled up inside my chest. And it needs to be fed. As long as it absorbs weave, it remains stable, to an extent. The moment it becomes unstable, however...
You will die, obviously.
Rather worse, actually. It will erupt. I don't know the exact magnitude of the eruption, but given my studies of Netherese magic, I'd say even a fragment as small as the one I carry, it'd level a city the size of Waterdeep.
So you have a nuke in your chest? You're telling me I've been accompanied by a primed explosive this whole time?
Yes. It is my truth. Finally revealed. It is this folly that led Mystra to abandon me completely. I can only hope that you won't abandon me as well.
I always knew Gale was
After
the
all
bomb.
we've been through, surely we can brave even this side by side.
Side by side it is.
That is a great relief. Oh, a great relief indeed. It is an honor to call you a friend. Many challenges lie ahead, but in this moment I believe nothing to be insurmountable. What do you say? Should we call it a night? Or do you have questions for me?
You still in love with Mystra?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. She's my muse still. The embodiment of magic. But the embodiment of love?
That's a different goddess.
Only if we ever meet again will I know.
How would you permanently get rid of that orb in your chest?
The orb was kept safe and inert in a pocket of astral plane, suspended in time. If I can somehow manage to expel it from my body while in the astral plane, it will be rendered inert again. Alternatively, I could learn to control its chaotic magic. That is, to succeed where I failed before. Without Mistra's favor, I don't see how that may come to pass. Of course, there could be different answers as well. Faerun brims with more magic than any one wizard could fathom, let alone comprehend. Who knows what outlandish solutions may yet present themselves.
Call it a night.
Good night, then. And thank you.
Crazy pants. The sleeping. How's it going, Stress Bolzen? having a good one. Alright, we're fresh and ready for another day in the Underdark. Maybe. Loot the spectator, right? Seems reasonable. Might take some fall damage to get where I'm going, but oh well. There's a bomb there and an iron key. A mechanical key. But Will has actually died. Hold on, let's load that quick save I literally just made. Make my life a little easier. I have no idea what I just hit. Something invisible. Attach my character here. Was that the torch stock? A ranged attack on that, just to be sure here. I think that's what blew up. Because we all took fire damage and got knocked away. I think those keys were actually on Will. Interesting. Do I have any means of feather falling? My current question. Don't think so. Oh, we got a rock we can climb down. All the better. Climb down this rock too, apparently. Oh! There's that bullet. It's doing a thing currently. Hello. Alright, while that's happening, I'm gonna have Asterion run down and see if I can interfere. Okay, now I'm actually in combat with it. Okay. So this thing was super OP, basically. Super OP. So we're gonna try to cheese it a bit here. A primary strategy, throw explosive barrels at it. Yeah.
That's curious.
Like you do. Ruptured stone. He's just click on that. Why was that so hard?
That's curious.
Not sure what these ruptured stones are supposed to be. Ah! They're traps! So noted! Ow. Well, that's a good thing for them to be, I guess. liked the other way that I got down. Asterion? Asterion fell to his death. Okay, hold on. What the heck? He just, like, glitched down the cliff face there. Sure, sure, why not? Why not? Okay. Destroy that. Climb down. Everybody can take a jump, and everything will be fine. Making getting the whole party around with jumping easier is, I'm sure, on the priority list. I've seen that as one of the most frequently requested things, as far as player feedback goes. So I'd have to guess that it will improve in the future. Not jump from up there. Not do that. Better. Okay, let's connect the dwarf, save one more time. Let's get attacked by this thing. Okay. That was glitchy. Again. Okay, ow. Okay, we whiffed the acid arrow, unfortunately. Happy to use another potion of speed here.
Victus!
Uses to do. Dang. 3d8 plus 3. Seems like that might be an AoE as well. What if... What if... some poison. What if we can knock it off the cliff? That's my question. Hey, a Cloud Strife. Nice emote there with the claw. I like it. Okay. Just kill this thing at all costs, pretty much. Solid hits. %5 to blind it. I'll try that. Okay. Makes sense that it would succeed. Where you going? Away, apparently. Fair enough. I will take that. It may resurface again later, it may not. Don't really care. We are past it. That's what matters. See that there is also loot here. Rotting basket. Mediocre money. Locked chest.
A resupply stash. I wonder if Lolth's pets left anything good.
Drow studded leather armor, not to be confused with the Drow-ish studded leather armor. +1 to his stealth bonuses. Their basilisk oil. And increased page. Dark Mother, Weaver of Destiny, offer us a blessing to slay your foes. May they be strangled by the threads of fate and dyed red in your image. Lolth be praised. Alright, how do you look with the, you look with the Drow leather armor on. Oh, I like that. A little bit more. Asterion. Very stylish. Very good. There's a way to climb down over here? Oh yeah, those definitely explode. Okay, noted about those plants, I guess. Ow. Helmet of Autonomy. Proficiency in Wisdom saving throws. Neat. And that brings me all the way down to the Festering Cove. Even further down. In the dark. Wotoa. Walls Faithful. Uldrip the Zealous. Neat. Be celebrating. How's it going, everybody? Party time yet? Hello?
Our blood to fill your oceans, O blessed Boal. Our bones to build your temple in the deep.
A wave of pure devotion washes over you, and with every surge, you feel a presence grow in response.
Word, priest! Promises! Your god wants proof! Wants blood!
These beings are Kuatoa, former Mind Flayer slaves that manifest their gods through sheer belief.
You, our Lord of Murder, demands sacrifice. You will be an offering for the great god Boal.
Some skill checks we can make here. How's it going, Lambicat? Who or what are they even talking to, anyway? D16. We made it, though.
This presence, the magic is not divine, but fey, and it is murderous.
Fey?
Well placed! Boal wants a sacrifice! Boal wants blood!
Are your followers aware you're just a rabid little fey creature? Another hard roll, but we might be able to do it. Yeah. I haven't played all the way through the beta, no, Limbicat. This is day 5 or so.
Oi, priest! You gonna let this and give cheek to your god?
Give cheek to your god.
Kill for Boal!
Kill! Alright, bring it on, nerds. Okay, good job missing Gale. Oh, and there's the god creature. It's another one of these things that we're serving the hag. Ow. Boal! Ow! Kick Gale in the butt. That is highly unacceptable. There we go. Some serious damage going. Okay, Asterion is here. Bloodless. Alright, that made Asterion happy. That was our bonus action, so I can't drink an oil of speed now. Okay. Bring it to 1 hit point. Alright, Dwarf Mage is around. So Gale is up next, and he has very few hit points, but he can drink a potion. And he'll be fine. Thunderwave only affects hostile targets, right? Nice. Put those two on low health. I think these hunters with high ground are going to be a problem, though. Good old shape spells. Makes Burning Hands really nice up close too, right? Oh. Oof. And down. Not sure we can survive this. With things going as they are. Just like surviving barely on 1 hit point every time I do something. That's not great. That's not great at all. I'm supposed to be dying in large numbers. Yet here they are being alive in large numbers. Oil of Speed. We have another one, right? They look like this. Okay, so we got the extra action immediately. That's right, he regains health when he makes an attack on low health, too. These ones in the corner here. Right now, this fight, you died in the first round before getting to do anything. You know, comparatively, that makes me feel pretty good. Ah, come on. Okay, that will hit Will. At least if I target that Quotoa, it will. He's fine. He can take it. He's got it, no problem. Oh no! How dare you? How dare you? Yeah, so we have to, I gotta heal Will before he dies, is that right? Whatever that is. Oh! What? What was that? It was brutal, is what that was. Still have a bonus action. Pick up with a bonus action, but no real action. Makes sense. Alright, am I able to get behind Bual here and go for like a double attack? I gotta help up Baylor though. Okay. Those jerks are being jerks. Oof. 17? Oh dear. I think going into this one with half health is what cost us. No surprise there. Asterion down. Hold on, I'll try to get him up one more time. Ends up in a vicious cycle, though. As this starts happening, not much you can do about it. Okay. One less archer to deal with. Still have the potion of speed in effect. Good. Got him! I have no idea what hit him there. That's fine. Tried Tainted Grail out. I think I've heard or tried that. Deck building RPG, you've got me interested, that's for sure. Okay, we just need a bit more healing before before that starts, and I think not being on the low ground with everybody else seems like a reasonable way to start this battle too. Well. Cool. Okay, it's fine. Okay, let's try that again. How did I even get down there? I jumped, right? Oh, we are down there now. Okay. It might be possible to go back to the camp, pull the cleric into the party, and then AoE heal. I think that is a potential possibility. But it sounds like a pain in the butt, so I won't do that.
The creature is lost in devotion. You might as well not exist.
If you want to fight, let's fight. I think you can indeed switch party members mid-day, I'm just not sure it helps you at all. I'll use the other potion of speed here. I mean, you can't reach destination. Give me that. That target is obscured by a shadow is nonsense either. Can't even take anybody else's turn. Rude. Ah. That's more like it. Okay. Oh no, they're gonna shove me off, aren't they? Okay, he's alive. He's alive. That's super rude, you know. Just like super rude. Hit him with the shatter. Villa's just like unavailable for combat now? Where did he go? Hello? Dashing time. Get back in the action well, please. Need you here. You guys know I'm gonna drop a barrel on your heads if you stay over there, right? Ooh, spicy. A taste of oil barrel. Followed by alchemist fire. Spicy times! Well. Where's Buell? There you are. Good. Good hit. Snared. Got him. Alright, snared. So we cannot move. Slashing or fire damage removes this condition. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, he's coming. Coming. I like their like little mini shipwreck that they have. Cool set piece. Y'all just got hit for a lot of damage. Okay. Or to hit well. Really like to pick off a hunter or something. Get 13 health. Just make you die. One less nonsense to do it. Okay, we killed their gods, so they're scared of us now. As they should be. As they should be.
Our Lord has been murdered!
Wasn't he the Lord of Murder? That just seems appropriate, really.
this.
Possible get up there and then destroy the rope ladder so they can't come after us. True. Right? Most ladders are destructible. That could definitely result in some hot nonsense, I'm sure. Not from there. You know what? Whatever. It's fine. See, you hit anyway. Alright, one left. Good. Gale, why are you on fire? Don't be on fire. Gale, don't be on fire. Alright, first of all, did Bual have anything? It's a sickle. 2d4. Interesting. Fishtail. The fish. More fish. Starfish. An altar.
There is no answer from the presence.
Right, because the presence is dead. Just makes sense. Oh yeah, we could try speaking with Bual in the afterlife. Although it may not have anything to say to its murderer. Strain was the one who actually killed it.
The corpse does not The corpse does not
Nope. Not happy. You pulled up the Zealous?
The corpse does not
Nah. I don't think there's a lot of opportunities at the moment to use Speak with Dead. I'm sure that will change in the full release too. Yo, something else down here, yeah? It's just kind of a little dead-end experience. Ah, over here. Loot the priest. Nope. Sickle of Bual, only 1d4 slashing. Used with the inconceivable might of the formidable Bual. Why exactly? I am not sure.
Something over there.
Message in a bottle. Dad! Soraya stopped writing. We ran out of paper on the road. I got this from the druids. Maybe that's why they're so mad at us. I hope this can find you. Zevlor says you got lost and that our old house is gone. But I read a book that says all rivers find their way to the Styx. When you get it, can you write me back in Baldur's Gate, or maybe come visit? I'll write again when I can get more paper. Donnie. What did that, like a journal entry. I did not see it. Lord of Murder's Songbook. Blood in my heart, blood on my hands, raised to you, Lord, raised to you. Skin under my nails, hair in my teeth. At your altar, Lord, your altar. Speak his name and feed the hunger. Speak his name and feed the call. Cut, shoot, curse, rip, Lord. At your altar, Lord. Your altar. Okay. Seems like, everything in this room, area, thingy. Yeah, I'll better eat some potatoes, though. Looking mighty hungry. Got loads of nutrients. Looks like there's a lot of Underdark here. If I get back. My question.
Vis medica.
At least we can take the Underdark Fort's waypoint here. Well, that's going to require me to jump again to get down, right? Almost assuredly. So it's the only waypoint we had, so I guess it'll have to do. Maybe there's another way down. Finding seems a bit confused. What's that? It's a mic in it. At least I think it is.
Torch storm. Best watch my step. They'd like to explode.
Hmm.
Not sure what the other mushrooms are.
Noted. Go ahead and set off with those chain reactions. Oh, thank you. Myconid Warden. Regar Spore Servants. Okay, lots of stuff through here. Did Duergar this way. Put some beer on him.
A battleground. There are Duergar and Myconids among the dead.
Rabbit Village.
A campsite. Nobody's home, though.
Suspicious. Bombs. 3d6 fire damage to nearby characters. Nice. I'll take those. Ominous.
Creatures live in waters this dark.
And a waypoint. Stuff. Water damage letter imploring the recipient to be cautious around the far shore of the Ebon Lake, as Duergar are rumored to be prowling the area. Scroll of Speak with Dead. This might actually be useful here, right?
The corpse does not...
Corpse does not respond, though. Oh, that was an autosave. Hello.
Too loud, sun scum. Heard you stumbling. Can hear you blinking. Noise gets you eaten down here. Reckon I'll hush you before something hungry comes along.
His fist grips an axe. On his gnarled grey skin, you see the Absolute's brand.
Let's try the, we only get one illithid use per day. Let's try the religion check here. Convince him I am a servant of the Absolute, as is he.
That's so. No bad thing to have more of the Absolute's warriors to hand, I suppose. Might help make shorter work of this mess.
What's going on down here?
Hunting. Slave ran away. Took Sergeant Thrin's boots. Got to kill the slave and fetch back the leather. So the bosses in Moonrise will have Thrin's hide.
Maybe I can help find those boots.
Help? You don't even know what you'd be up against. Slaves got herself some protection. Hiding up there in a Myconid circle. Can't get past those rat flowers. They get in your head, make you see things. Half my squad jumped off a cliff. Laughing.
Sounds fun.
I'll wait here. She'll make a run for it eventually. Then I get her.
I don't work for free, though.
You're either brave or stupid to be worried about your purse in these parts. Get those boots, then we can talk rewards.
Who's the Sergeant Thrin you mentioned?
She's leading our expedition. And a nice clutch of slaves across the lake. Absolutely be happy.
And what does this runaway look like, exactly?
Deep gnome slave. They all look the same. But this one's got fancy boots.
Fair enough. Fancy boots. Oh, this is Garmore. You the guy I was just talking to?
What are you playing at?
Nope.
Well, you've looked. Now keep away from that raft until I say otherwise.
Skiff. Skiff goes to Moonrise Towers, apparently. Although trying to pilot it ourselves, I'm sure goes a little badly here. Ledger detailing the appearance and quality of numerous gemstones that have been mined from rock. Underlined entry for a sizable ruby is written in shaky, excited quill strokes. Interesting. Find the missing boots. I see there is more people up here. Regar Slave Hunters, level 5. That's the lad we were just talking to, Gek Cole.
Half the squad dead for the sake of one runaway. Grak.
The inside cover of this logbook reads, Burrow Warden Myrna. Pages are lined with neat calculations, equipment logs, and expedition notes. Final entry reads, Expedition number 42, back after a 10-day in the northern quadrant. 2 potential mining sites scouted, discovered a vein of Arandur. Well, so did a bang-up job. Organized shifts and led the first dig. Brother or not, he'll be a great burrow warden one day. But he needs to keep his temper in check, and practice reading the stone. He's as blind as the surfacers sometimes. Planning to take him out later alongside the Ebon Lake for practice. Okay, so the runaway slave has been marked on our map. Cool. Or dead Dwarger. Short Sword of First Blood. Deal an additional 1d8 slashing damage to targets that still have all of their hit points. Wow. That's pretty good. Neat. You can think about giving that to Asterion. Got a Short Sword +1 currently. Produce haste spores. Pacification spore sac. A lump of myconid flesh. Well, you know what we do with lumps of myconid flesh. Oh. This is bonus action, but... Can't do anything with it. I see. They're just used for selling. Fair enough. Talk to everybody in the camp. Nice if I could find somewhere to sell stuff. Diary. More stuff over here. We threw a surprise party for Ironput. How that idiot made it past 150 is a mystery, but it's cause for a celebration either way. When he saw the fire whiskey we'd been brewing, I swear he teared up. I'd only a cup of the stuff, but I can't feel my tongue anymore. Lunatic finished the barrel that night. No idea how he made it to his next shift, but Myrna claimed she needed him inside the wagon to guard inventory. Earl Warden didn't say a word when the snores started. Lay about as lucky she's got a soft touch. I'd best get some sleep. Orders just came in for practice shovels and pickaxes for the younglings, and I've yet to harvest the Zerkwood. Where does the time all go? Badly charred diary with property of Wilburn written on the inside cover. Author wonders if he'll ever see his friend Barkus again now that he's departed for the surface world. Not much of interest there. That's... What is that? Another whole thing. Illegal jump. You know I can't resist this stuff. Oh god, not again.
Something's burrowed in a perfect ring of mushrooms. Nature or magic?
Perfect ring? Probably not nature.
Pretty, but it doesn't do much.
Digging is implemented yet.
Half this drow's body is crushed. Must have fallen from pretty high up.
Suspicious.
Something over there.
Sylvan Stone. Okay. This should be interesting.
That might be worth a look.
What? The other steps disappeared. Hello? Who's you? If they were illusions or what? I am distraught by my inability to climb this wall now. Interesting. Dar? Whoa! Arcane Tower. Wow, there's so much down here. That's kind of horrifying. Able to damage it. Doesn't seem to be hitting me. Trade blows with it, I guess. It's fine. Get him. Apparently. Don't have the jump spell memorized or available at the moment. I think we have access to it in our spellbook, so we could use it if we wanted to. Okay. But that didn't seem to work. Got life easier here. And another arcane turret. We can probably waltz by, and some serious chaos over here. We get the rest of the party members over, but sure it would just be a problem. Bronze ingots. Small but heavy bar of untempered bronze, manufactured at the High House of Gond. Locked heavy chest. Very interesting. This definitely looks like something Gond would be involved in. Almost a little bit steampunk. Just bust our way through the door, I guess. Dwarf range bug is why they're not hitting me, so other people would have gotten hit. Something about the dwarf hitbox being short, so attacks miss. Hilarious if so. Hey, I've got melee attacks. Hold on. That's a bit more like it. Easy peasy. Fools! I'm gonna take this take this victory where I can. Sure, we could maybe like stealth him with a Asterion or something, but what about just doing this? That not just easier? A force resistance and a potion of speed. I like it. More than one healing potion, even better. The beginning of this book proudly declares it to be a play by Dame Inia, followed by an extensive introduction and 23 pages of notes on the text. Though the book itself seems barely touched, one stanza is twice encircled. There is a light in every living thing. It's crawling towards the surface to survive, and in its wake it tramples everything. Will kill the rest, so that one can thrive.
Seems like the owner was quite the literary type.
Chest of the Mundane. Looking at this chest fills you with a suspiciously overwhelming feeling that there is absolutely nothing special about it.
I sense magic. But where? Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
Interesting. There's another level beneath this, too, looks like. There's another layer of balconies.
Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
This is also suspicious.
Looks like some kind of magical contraption. Now to get it to work. Still nothing. Still nothing.
Okay, ascend and descend buttons, which do not function. Not as of yet.
Magical lights. But how to turn them on?
Ow. Tongue of Madness. Long slender mushroom is named both for its resemblance to an oversized human tongue and the effect it has on that organ when consumed. Fair enough.
Still nothing. Still nothing.
Asks. Red Bear Book. How could I trust? How will I ever know? How could I show myself, my darkest one? My darkest me. Excuse me. Part of a play. Yeah, they're reasonable way down. An ornate door at the very bottom here. Very suspicious. Very, very, very suspicious. Can't make that jump, but it will hurt. So many places to go. Click or activate that I can tell. We did fail the Arcana check by the chest. Yeah, we could try to have Gale succeed at it, maybe. Get him over there. Easier said than done. Let's see if we can get the rest of the party over.
Busy times for the blade. Maybe later.
Scorch marks. Hints of weave, too. There might just be trouble afoot.
Think. These might actually, like, hit and do damage now. Immune to that? No, it's not immune to this, though. Oh yeah. Yep, that hurts. Ah! No! No! Yeah, that's why we saved. Yes, that does indeed do damage to everybody else in the party. Oh yeah, the turn-based mode, that would work. Like, please let me fight this in a reasonable way. Right, of course, the turn-based mode. How could I possibly forget? What? The hell was that? Like, hella glitchy. Okay, you can sneak attack it. How convenient. Not really in combat. What? Turn-based mode. What on earth? That is really weird. Okay, that's fine. I guess it gets more than one shot per turn. Weird. Stop. There. What? Hey, end my turn, please. No. What's going on? Please leave turn-based mode. Or tell me whose turn it is. Alright, we're gonna load and reload. Definitely playing against the engine most of the time, rather than with it. Wait, that didn't even create a save. Weird. Okay, we're back here, I guess? Extra glitchy. Maybe just run past it. Yeah, that'll do.
Trickles of weave radiate from that chest.
Still nothing. Still nothing.
I'm not here for chit-chat.
Okay, Gale recognizes that there's weave on the chest, but doesn't seem to have any other thing to say here.
These are no ordinary lights. Yeah, there must be a way to turn them on.
Take this!
Magic doesn't do it. Dwarf downstairs is having a hard time. No.
Stuck. Annoying.
They're like auto-trying the buttons. They are. We're making rolls too. What is happening? Please stop. All of you. Alright, I'm gonna have the dwarf try jumping further down, I think. We can get onto the mushrooms down here. Yeah, he lived. Barely, but he lived. We can jump up there too. Well, is further down. Start with further down. Yeah, further down. Require a little bit of healing because this will hurt again. Delicious zucchini. Sussur blooms nullify nearby magic.
It feels like my magic is getting drained.
Well now. Seems like it could be useful.
Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued
The Ribbon, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 2 months. Really appreciate that continued support. Hope you're enjoying the Baldur's Gate content. Definitely having an interesting time exploring the Underdark here. Way more stuff down here than I thought there'd be. Way more. Okay, we actually have the aura on us because we're carrying the Sussur flower. Makes sense to me. Bottom floor, what we got? Coolite, Sylvan Stone, little candle, gems and such. Third Sussur petals. I mean, I assume it's the flower that it wants us to put in here. Come on. Here we go. Stressing lack of food. Okay, so elevator now work. Good stuff. We can get to the top. No idea if that was the intended solution, but I'll take it. Check out this chest of the mundane now that the magic... Oh, actually, you know what? We're supposed to suppress magic. Or that's what the flowers do. So I imagine that if we get another flower and bring it to that chest, something will happen. That's my guess. Eerie. Here. Now we have Mistress Grace, as well as 2 scrolls. Wearing these boots is like walking on cotton clouds, apparently. Let's get rid of those flowers now that we no longer need them. I think they're even still in my inventory. Yes, they are. They still have the aura. My inventory is so cluttered that I can't find them? Somewhere in here. There they are. Dang. Can't equip them. Can. What do they actually do? Well, Gale can wear them. Let's save and let's go to the top, because I saw that there was a top. Oh, there's even more floors? Dang. Well, what have we here? Mage's Friend. +1 to Arcana and Religion. Nice. Very good. Put that on the main character. And a button! Don't run that way. But press the button. Pathfinding is taking Will somewhere else when I click on that. Where are you gonna go?
Doesn't seem to do much. And why is it so low?
Why so low indeed? Handwritten letter. Dearest Lenora, I'm not sure I should say this, but your last letter really worried me. Why in all hells would you tame a bullet? Just because you found it near Mira's grave doesn't mean that's a sign. Really worried about you, Lenore. A bullet is not a pet. Using it as a guardian is one thing, but you sound quite taken by it. I know you don't want to come back before you finish your research, but if you're feeling lonely, you know my door is always open. Lots of lugs and hugs, Emerith. Yes, really warms my heart to hear that you put the autumn crocus flowers on Myrna's grave. I remember she liked to roll around in them, even though she'd always sneeze afterwards. She was such a soft, loyal dog. Wish there was more I could do. Interesting. Landscape, definitely worth something. Hey, Bart. Happy to hear from you as ever. Alright, one more floor up. There's a couple, like, books we can read. I'm gonna read all of them. Silence stretches on. Please, can I hold your hands just for a while? Only vaguely creepy.
New sounds to the damp and dark oppression break. Is it the foe? That foul, contemptuous heel?
Good lord, what is that? I'm a friend. I come in peace.
An unbeknownst command by fools that would intrude. Now steel shall ring. False tongue will speak no more.
Fair enough. It is Bernard, apparently. There are 2 suits of animated... Sorry, 4 suits of animated armor. Alright, well, you know how this has to go, right? Bye-bye, Bernard. It was nice knowing you. Your time is at an end. Light up the others. Got, looks like crossbows and height advantage. Raoul. Yeah, good luck. Why, yes. Got him. What about the ones that are up top? One of them came down. One here. We whiffed. Ow. Okay, this one's going for the height advantage. Respect. Oh. Brutal. 17 damage. And then it comes back down the ladder. Even more appropriate. Okay, that one's about to go. 11 health. We can just magic missile you. Be back to town after this fight, probably. Stinky Bernard. Dang it, Will. You're better than this. I think. Right? And that extra movement with the ring. So good on Asterion. One might even say too good. Please, Will. Dang it, Will. I had only one request. That you not miss horribly. But you have failed me. Did he get line of sight on that nerd? At least he's consistent. True. Gotta give him credit there. Art is where? There. He is consistent. Keep sniffing. He'll get there one day. Probably. Success! They actually landed a shot, my god. There we go. That'll teach Bernard to mess with me. Obviously, you have to go down there and check out what he had on him, though. Gotta know. Guiding Light. Storiatum. Used by the previous owner to access both the Underdark's darkest corner and her own basement, this ring seems to reflect light where there should be none. Key potion of flight.
I'm so tired.
Flying speed of 60 feet for 1 hour.
This all day?
And the light of creation. A +1 halberd that does an additional 1d6 lightning damage. Chance to stun the wielder unless it is a construct. Neat. Cool weapon. Very cool weapon. I'm educating the faithful. An excerpt from a lengthy speech by Grand Matron Terre, first delivered in Menzoberranzan and recorded by a Sildarine spy. Praise be to Lolth, mother of all drow. Her web binds us, body and soul, and strangles the unworthy before they can draw breath. Those who stand before me have proven their worth. You shall educate all new converts to Lolth's laws using any means necessary. Many of them fear the goddess, as they should, but their faith is not yet true. Their minds are simple and should be treated accordingly. They must follow the order of every priestess like a sacred decree. They must never cover their eyes and insult Lolth's gift. They must honor the house that raised them from their pathetic, treasonous origins. They must keep our secrets upon pain of death. Ensure that death is public should the time ever come. Lolth smiles on those who are creative in matters of torture. Lolth be praised. So not a lot that I see up here necessarily. Workbenches and stuff. Patch parchments. More broken machinery. Paper is torn and patched in many places as if it was well used but treasured. On it is a small poem. These empty sheets are all that's left of you, the last of all the thoughtless gifts you gave. I will hold on to them. It's all that I can do. I can't throw them away. I've never been that brave. Or anything. There was that mysterious button we didn't find a use for. But it feels like I've explored everything there is to see in this tower. Let's call it a day. We just like limp back to camp. I like that. Shadowheart has something to say. What's up, Shadowheart?
It feels like we packed 3 days into one today. I'm exhausted.
You weren't even with us. Speak for yourself, I feel fine.
Is that so? The look in your eyes suggests otherwise. I'm going to rest. You should do the same.
Interesting. Maybe I will.
Chosen, let me come to you. I can help you.
Come here. Who it? Oh, hey!
You frown in your sleep. There must be so much on your mind.
His fingers are warm against your cheek, softer than expected.
You think that you're sick, that you're dying.
It's our beautiful dwarven Zeus.
Are you afraid?
One bad return from becoming a mind flayer. Of course I'm afraid.
You don't understand, darling. You're turning, yes, but yet still a shadow of what you will become. Come now. I'll make you feel better. Let yourself go. Lean back.
I will not.
Why are you fighting me? I'm here to help you.
The urge for violence lingers. You could push him again. You could cause so much pain.
Well, if you want to wait, I'll wait. But I do have a parting gift.
Bizarre. You've gained a new power from your illithid tadpole. Reflective Shell.
You deserve to be banished.
Reflect any projectiles targeted at you to their point of origin, once per short rest. As a bonus action. That is definitely new. Got a journal update for removing the parasite. Last night we felt early symptoms of seromorphosis, followed by vivid dreams of our greatest desires. This morning our symptoms were gone.
Well, hello. Feeling better, are we? I certainly am. This morning I find myself free of pain and with a new trick. A new power.
You're entirely too happy with
Last
that.
night, the risk of transformation. It all feels like some terrible dream now.
What kind of new power?
You'll see in due time. It's nothing horrifying, I can promise you that. But we were talking about last night. How did you sleep?
I had a weird dream too.
You too? What did you see? Huh. You enjoyed it?
Not exactly. Obviously a trap.
Obviously. I had the same dream, of course. Very...
Same dwarf?
Enticing.
That knowing look. Same dwarf.
The blank look, the flat voice. He's holding something back.
You can tell me. No, he can't tell me.
No. No, I cannot. I cannot trust you, or them, or anyone but mine own self. Go back to your wet dreams. Leave me in peace.
Goodbye. Will, do you have one too?
Well, look at you. Fit as a fox and twice as eager. I feel it too. Not just renewed, but improved. New talents aching for release. Don't tell me. Someone came to you. An object of desire made you better, more than better. She spoke such sweet words. I could have never denied her.
Gale, I'm sure, fell headline and sinker for this.
Good morning. And it truly is, isn't it? A very, very good morning. There's a glow about you, about everyone here. We all feel startlingly well. And yet there's a certain look in people's eyes. The far-off distance of a haunting. What I saw surpassed the vivid. The voice was too true, the touch too tantalizing. I can tell you felt the same. It was an expert, this apparition. First the seduction, then the spurning, then that teasing souvenir. You're not ready. I will return when you are. That's what I was promised. We have some restless nights ahead of us.
So Styrian got ink blots. Create a cloud of magical darkness and immediately attempt to hide. Will got supernatural attraction. You are part of a greater whole. Concentrate on your connection to teleport to another infected creature. And Will has another reflective shell, so probably based on your class, if I had to guess.
Something tells me I know what you two were talking about. Both feeling better than you did last night, yes? Not even just that. I awoke with new... I don't know... powers. It was the same for you, wasn't it? The good health. The power. The dreams. I don't need to worm my way into your thoughts to know that. It's all over your face.
Yes, I did have a dream.
So did I. I dreamt of someone I'm very attracted to. There was a promise of power. I had exactly the same dream when aboard the Mind Flayer ship. I rebuffed the advances, of course. If it happens again, try to resist. We can't take anything for granted, especially when it's to do with what's going on up here.
Fair enough. We're back. Back-ish. Looking for this runaway slave, I guess. Myconids. Yeah. Oh god. That boulette again. Someone tell that thing to go away. Take a long walk off a short cliff, please. The Dread Hollow. What, there's a hook horror? Oh man! Hook horror is such like a classic D&D monster. Aberration-style creatures that have horrid hooked appendages and are a frequent sighting in the Underdark and the dungeons. Slave is not this way, though. I'm intrigued by the presence of such a creature.
You are swallowed by a chorus of turbulent music. Through one creature sings many voices, the harmony of an entire collective.
Sovereign, he has come. He is here.
The choir fades. A single melody rises above the others, brassy and commanding.
I am sovereign.
You see a vision. Your lifeless body wrapped in fungal tendrils. The Sovereign is threatening you.
State your purpose.
Then our Parasite and Connect. Persuasion checks. Insight check. Violence.
The parasite is quiet. You feel no bond with the creature.
No parasitic connection. I seek understanding. Only need 6 for this. Interesting. Didn't get it, though.
You discern no information or intention in the Sovereign's song.
I'm a traveler seeking adventure. Smiley face. Easy game.
Fungal roots weave through your mind, seeking your true intent. Then the Sovereign drones a new melody, cautious but welcoming.
Descend to me. Let us speak in flesh.
The persistent music coaxes you forward. The Sovereign expects you.
Best not keep it waiting. Sovereign, huh? A deep hole.
Even with your keen eyesight, the hole below you soon plummets into an abyss of impossible darkness.
Stare long into the abyss, and it may stare back.
Faint sounds echo against unseen stone. Nothing discernible by eye or ear. Your call echoes as it plunges downward, before gradually fading away.
Interesting. This goes over... Okay, there's tons. So much terrain. Meet the Sovereign. Weapon Lake Grotto. And a Hook Horror Spore Servant. Big cloud of spores. And a traitor.
Seems the shrooms are letting in more people every day.
Hello?
You see a fella on his own on your way in. Dwarf. Balin's his name.
I've not seen him.
Right. Never mind.
What does he look like?
Bald, blue tunic, dumb as a stick.
Need some help finding him?
Knock yourself out. But don't come begging for coin if you find him. You try to ransom him to me, you'll find yourself skint and stuck with a fat old lout.
Well, what do you have? Acid Vial, Alchemist Fire, Tarnished Ring. Heavy Crossbow +1. Ooh. If we had anybody who used those, it would be good. Herbalist's Gloves. If the wheeler heals a poison creature, it is no longer poisoned. Oh, yeah, with healing, that makes sense. Light Crossbow +1, that's really good. We've got a couple of Light Crossbow users. Longbow +1. Healing Potions, Invisibility Potion. Sure, I will take your +1 crossbow. As well as all of your healing potions, please. We're gonna have Will buy that, though. Because it's cheaper! All those crazy-ass melee weapons we found. Good. Alright, we'll give the +1 crossbow to, I guess our dwarf. Better ranged attacks with those. And we'll always appreciate more potions. Drow Scholar. Get in there.
That drow cowl might have bits of magic lingering inside it. Any thoughts, Gale?
Drow magic radiates from it. Drows are masters of magic.
Shadow of Menzoberranzan. Very rare helmet. Sense the shadows that envelop this drow-caft crowl, eagerly awaiting to envelop you and shield you from view. Rolls. Dude, there's only the, like, hidey hole. Hidebound journal. Disguise self is less. As for the journal. One favor, one faithful servant. That is all I summoned, no more and no less than Malice Doord never had, or indeed the Mothers of Lusts herself. The Yochlol was quite a sight in all its forms. I had read of its foul odor, but I found it intoxicating, like rosewater. So it smashed a few artifacts, hissed at a master. The Archmage should have revered me for such a conjuring. Instead, he threatened to curse me, to make me a traitor. Yet my time will come. Soon I will return to Menzoberranzan and Sorcerer. Then the Archmage will worship me. I will be served. Yeah, a Drow Mage crazy enough to summon a Yochlol, a demonic handmaid of Lolth, is definitely asking for a lot of trouble.
Balin, where are you?
Can I even get out of here now? Maybe if Gale moves. No. Well, he's stuck down there for a while.
The monstrosity stares blankly. The voice that echoes within you belongs not to it, but to the Sovereign.
Leave this one. Come to me. We must speak.
What's keeping the old turnip?
Barrel stock. Dungeon Mycetid. Bibberbang. Quite a name for fungus. Lurg the Traitor.
Ah, a visitor. You're a welcome sight. But let us observe the customs of the locals.
The scholar's brow tenses. His voice spills into your skull, the spores connecting mind to mind.
Blurg, proud member of the Society of Brilliance, at your service. Or perhaps not. Your mind is far more complex than the fungi.
The Hobgoblin? I'm gonna identify him. Never heard of the Society of Brilliance.
Understandable. We are small in number and rarely stay in one place for long. My colleagues and I are working to improve conditions in the Underdark. This need not be
That's a tall
such
task.
a dire, hostile place.
That's a really tall task, dude.
It's curious to find a surface dweller here. What has brought you down so deep?
I collected mushrooms to sell on the surface. No, I have a mind flayer tadpole in my brain. I'm just gonna be straight up with this dude.
Truly remarkable. But why come to the Underdark, where they hold so much power?
Here, you can have my entire life story.
You were infected by an illithid tadpole? It's a miracle you're still intact. You must be worried sick, but have no fear. I have a friend who may be able to assist. Omelium!
I hope this is important, Blurg. My Zerkwood samples need constant attention.
It is. This adventurer has an illithid tadpole inside his head, but he hasn't turned.
No ceramorphosis. That's impossible.
Oh.
But intriguing. Are you looking to have it extracted?
Hi. Can you help me?
Open your mind to me. Let us see what lurks within.
This guy seems trustworthy. Go for it.
As Ormelum's mind pierces yours, the tadpole pulses with power. It feels 10 times its size. Alive, awake, almost smug.
This is most unusual. The incubation period should be complete, as should your transformation. But the larva is infused with strange magic. It appears to be in some form of stasis.
Can you extract it?
No. It appears to be shielded from physical and magical influence. And even without the shield, the extraction would involve severe cranial trauma.
That sounds about right. What do you mean?
Death. It means you would have to die first to extract the tadpole.
Do you know there was a nautiloid that arrived nearby?
A nautiloid? Fascinating. I have never set foot on one myself. They were our warships during the greatest eras of the Illithid Empire. We ruled the entire astral plane from their decks. The design was lost when the Gith rebelled and ended our dominion.
So all that probing, useless in the end, then?
My apologies. I hope the experience was not too unpleasant. But I have an idea.
Oh, perhaps I should start taking notes.
Yes.
There may be a way to bypass that stasis. There are many alchemical substances that can influence the mind.
What kind of alchemy?
A tincture distilled from a collection of rare mushrooms. They have subtle psionic influence. I would require a fresh tongue of madness and Timask spores. But be warned, in their natural state, both of these mushrooms can be quite dangerous. Timasks cause confusion in those that approach them. The tongue is self-explanatory.
Okay. We saw both of those near the tower. So where do I find them?
The Underdark, of course.
Great answer.
Although they are quite rare. And their discovery, perilous.
Thank you.
I imagine Lenore would have them in her possession. She served Mystra as a cleric.
Lenore, where can I find her?
The southwest when I last saw her, although her tower does have a tendency to move.
Ah. Good to know.
May your travels be safe and swift. I have never seen anything like it, Blur. Is my species evolving?
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
I want to see what you have for sale.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
The Circlet of Blasting. This delicate circlet grants its wearer the ability to cast the Scorching Ray spell. Sunwalker's Gift. This ring's arcane jewel parts all but the darkest of shadows. Sapphire Spark. Every gem hanging from this necklace is warm to the touch as if waiting to ignite. Where this item gains Magic Missile level 1. When the wearer casts Magic Missile, each dart of force deals an additional 1d4 psychic damage. Interesting. Sign me up for all of those magical items, please. Don't have quite enough money. Let's,
Very well. I have
buy some
mushrooms
stuff.
to catalog. How is your more personal research?
This game is set in the Forgotten Realms, El Pollo Batman. Definitely one of the most popular settings for Dungeons and Dragons. And certainly the one I was most interested in growing up.
Worry not, friend.
Lots of gods, lots of famous characters around. For sure. Alright, surely I have enough to sell to this nerd. Right. Really. Looking drag is a bit of a pain in the ass, though.
Have you spoken with Skris lately?
Yes, she is cataloguing Kuotoan fertility rituals.
It's like a really boring job.
Or perhaps after I finish my research here, I'll join her.
Third for these. Okay. Buy that stuff.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well. I have mushrooms to catalog.
Alright, give the psychic magic missiles to the dwarf. Give Will the circlet of blasting. And give Gale the ring of light. That does anything. And for that runaway slave, too. And we have to talk to the bastard creature. Myconid suffering.
It's planting spores. The Myconid means to raise the dead.
Indeed. The Sovereign's thick fingers stroke the corpse at its feet. A droning melody greets you as the creature turns its gaze to you.
Flesh Talker, I show you a memory. Watch and listen.
Okay.
A violent vision grips you. Dwegar, dark dwarves, chopping Myconid remains.
They broke our peace. They killed our young.
For experience points, I bet.
The sovereign's song
would do the same.
slows to the pace of a dirge. It is still in mourning.
We laid waste to many, but intruders remain. Lakeward.
The sovereign's song halts as it measures your worth.
I sense your resolve. You will find Dwergar invaders near Lake's edge. Cleanse the rot. Destroy them.
I suppose such wicked killers deserve wicked ends.
So we could sign with the Myconids instead of the Dwergar. An interesting dichotomy. Painting these Myconids in a peaceful light. Certainly the Dwergar are unequivocally evil. Why'd they attack?
Deep purples swirl into familiar shapes. Gnomes in mining gear, chased by Dwergar.
I think what happened there, Glory Girl,
It is a guest.
was the camera looked at Asterion while Gale was talking. But I'm not sure. Sure, they're probably easier than this fight.
An illusion comes over you. A Dwergar choking on a cloud of gleaming dust.
I can spare you no warrior. Too many were lost. But accept this gift. It will help you exterminate.
The Sovereign gifts you one more vision. A wall of vines parting.
Oh, I already
to
snuck in there,
reveal
though.
Glowing.
Riches of magic and mind. Cleanse the rot, and they are yours.
Yeah, I already took all that.
Do the circle a service. We will await word.
It replies with an echoing screech and returns its gaze to the corpse. Unusual spores waft from the decaying flesh.
2 items received. Riverbang spore pouch. Pacifying spore pouch.
Damn it all. Don't.
Her condition looks familiar. Poison derived from a wild weed common to the Underdark. Some local remedies could cure it. Or an antidote, likely held by the poisoner.
You've been poisoned. You need help.
Aye. Poison off a Dwergar's blade. Bad place to be stuck needing help. Just leave me, please.
Is that the escaped Dwergar?
Told you already. Leave me.
I can end your suffering. I don't have any poison curing on me, but I have a sword.
Hard to breathe. Blood's on fire. Do it.
Okay, she had the boots on her, but they won't let us loot her corpse, I don't think. Although maybe Asterion can sneaky. Seems difficult. What if I invisibility potion? I'm sure I have one of those somewhere. Boots of Speed. Easy game. No one's the wiser.
Fleshwalker, tongue talker, far you've come. Reach into memory.
Who is this?
Tell me of home.
Fill your heart with memories of your most treasured places.
It shivers in response to the deathly tomb and reveals its own home, a humid cove filled with decaying myconid corpses.
Where God destroyed my people.
Oh, you're the sovereign.
I am a sovereign with no circle. This circle does not welcome
Or something?
me. But I have heard the song. You mean to cleanse where God wrought. I mean to join you.
I don't need your help. I'm just gonna bring these boots back to them, and they're gonna say, good job.
Then a nomad I remain.
So much to explore down here. So, let's see about these boots. Once per turn. So the boots of speed give you basically the bonus rogue dash. Not amazing, necessarily. Let us return the boots. For you, right? Jack Cole. What are you doing today?
Too loud, sun scum. Heard you stumbling. Can hear you blinking. Noise gets you eaten down here. Reckon I'll hush you before something hungry comes along.
His fist grips an axe. On his gnarled grey skin, you see the Absolute's brand.
Oh, we got our own.
Huh. Burning those into just anyone now, are they? No harm. Every army needs grunts to run in and die first. Even the Absolutes. But spoil my hunt and you're dead. Hold it. You swore an oath to the Absolute. Time to make good on it.
Anything.
Listen up then. I'm on a hunt.
I think because we're talking with a different character, he's redoing his spiel here.
Need to fetch back the boots she stole from Sergeant Thrin. Help. Snake. I'll wait here. She'll make a run for it eventually. Here, get those boots. Then we can... She's leading our expedition. Too loud, son. Noise, get...
His gnarled fist grips an axe. Some...
Anyway, tracking a... I can't get
Interesting.
past those rat flowers. Good bet. Hey, keep watch.
Glitch it? Let's try using the main character tuck.
Get the leather.
Yes.
I ain't wasting more words on you until it's done.
I have the boots.
What a hunt. Maybe you'll find a belt next. Right. I'll mop up here. You get across the Ebon Lake, find Sergeant Thrin. She'll reward you.
How do I know? Recognize her.
Not too sharp, are you? Look for a Dwergar with a sour mug and bare feet.
All of them? Sure. So we are now allowed to use their boat. Go. A lot of other things we have not explored in this area. I'm gonna say that's okay for now. Once you board this raft, you'll head to the end of early access. Do you wish to continue? Make a backup saveroo here. The end? Question mark. Exclamation point. I'm not allowed to use question mark in the save name, apparently. Let's go.
A vessel wobbles on the lake's murky waters.
Board and sail into the darkness.
God's damn dwarf! What are you doing on Gek's raft?
That's a fair reaction.
Who are you?
As the symbol glows, power courses through you. Authority.
I can just push him into the water. In the name of the Absolute, you will let me pass. Sir.
Something stirs deep within you, hungry and alert. It's taking something you'll never get back.
All right. No reason to get your tongue in a twist. Well, come on. Let's get you to shore. You'll need to report to the sergeant. The rest of you, keep patrolling. Maybe you'll find us a way out.
You continue forward in silence until the lights of a camp twinkle through the murk. As you cross the dark water, you remember your capture and infection, your harrowing escape from hell, and the constant threat of becoming a mind flayer yourself. Your search for a healer brought you to a druid's grove, and the refugees sheltering there. You remember their gratitude when you stood by them. A hag promised she could extract the parasite inside you. But she couldn't break its magic protection. One evening, a devil came courting, insisting that a cure was impossible. He said he'd come again, soon enough. But he wasn't your only visitor. You remember the fear, the soothing words of the figure in your dreams. and the powers you gained the next day. Your reverie is interrupted by an underground fortress appearing in front of you.
Ooh.
The symbol of the Absolute is clear, even in the dark. You need answers. What game are the Mind Flayers playing? Is there even a cure? What are they doing at Moonrise Towers? And why are they looking for you? Amid this flurry of questions, you feel something else deep inside you. A hunger, a lust for blood. Soon.
And a cutscene of sorts.
All right, so I want you to clean up all of this, okay?
These are the devs from Larian. That's Sven.
Explosive, and then over the... Oh, I'm sorry. This is the end of the early access content. We are still under development behind me here, so you can't go through. But congratulations, very well done on getting here. And in the name of everybody at Larian Studios, I would like to thank you for supporting us in early access. Now, we take community feedback very seriously, so I would like to invite you to go to our community forums or go to the review pages on the store where you bought the game and let us know what you thought of your experience so that we can learn from it and use it to improve the game.
Quit your yapping. Let's get going.
All right, so I gotta go back together with this man here, continue to develop the game, but see you soon, because we'll have much more content for you as we continue to integrate feedback and so forth. Yeah. You want to sing the song, right? All right, let's do it. Row, row, row your boat gently down the lane. Merkel and Ball and Lottie Lord Bane, that is
our GG. Gee. Cool little early access ending there. Yeah, the Larian Studios bunch are they're a fun group. How's it going, El Pollo Batman, by the way? Little awkward timing. I would say that in general, aiming for the heart is better kept as a occasional thing rather than something to shoot for on every single run. It's just like an order of magnitude more challenging than the rest of the game, and if you're not planning for it intentionally from the very get-go, it can be a real stumbling block. So don't hold yourself to the expectation that you'll be able to fight it and beat it all the time. But if you're feeling super strong, I encourage you to go for it and to focus on getting runs won at the end of Act 3 instead. But if you enjoy the challenge of taking it on, by all means, GG. So excited to have reached the end here of BG3's early access. I know there's a lot of little quests we didn't resolve, secrets unfound, things in the Underdark unexplored, and that's a good thing because I do very much want to play this when it reaches the 1.0 release, which is probably the next time that we will check in with this. There will be a lot of updates and new contents added gradually, but I think I'm going to hold off and just wait until they are done making this before I pick it up again and try to play, see how much it's come, see how different it feels than this rough but surprisingly well fleshed out at the same time first chapter of the game. Really intrigued, really looking forward to playing it again, looking forward to playing more, and really excited to see this game being made, period. It's Forgotten Realms, it's Dungeons & Dragons, it's Baldur's Gate, it's Larian Studios, like all of these things are things that I'm very excited about. So really happy that I could show off what they've got so far. I'm happy to put it down for a while and see how much better it gets. But I hope folks who were interested in this title were able to get a tantalizing taste, as I was, through this playthrough. GG, everybody. Well, I can't imagine there's any better way to end the stream tonight, so I will be leaving it off here. We're going to be back tomorrow, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time, with a new ladder challenge, Inspire, which I think will be particularly fun. So, very excited for that. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. It's a true pleasure to have been able to check out this game, which I've done entirely for personal reasons. No expectation that this led to any amount of stream discovery or success. I just wanted to play this and see what it's like, and happy that I did. Very happy that I did. And yes, Echo, I think both Divinity games went through an early access period of some kind, since both were Kickstarter projects. Neither had a early access period that was quite like this, though. Not nearly this much content, for sure. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Cautiously optimistic. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining me. That is going to be it for me tonight. We'll be back tomorrow. Ta-ta for now. And I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo, everyone. Bye-bye now.